Coming to you live from Beijing, I'm Wang Mengmeng. You're now watching CGTN special coverage on the BRICS Summit. The world's 5 leading emerging economies are meeting in Johannesburg, South Africa for the 15th BRICS Summit. The 5 BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, will discuss cooperation in various fields, new growth opportunities and sustainable development for the Global South. Chinese President Xi Jinping has just held talks with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa in Pretoria. This is President Xi's 4th state visit to South Africa. During their meeting, Xi cited the long-standing and fruitful collaboration between the two nations over the years. He highlighted milestones such as the establishment of the Confucius Institute in Durban. Emphasizing the deep-rooted friendship and shared ambitions of both countries, Xi Jinping stressed China's desire to push its comprehensive strategic partnership with South Africa to a higher level. And ahead of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to Johannesburg, he signed an article which was published by South African media outlets. In this article, he vowed to further advance the building of a China-Africa community and extended his greetings to the country. He celebrated the brotherly sentiments between the two nations, saying each has provided strong support to the other on matters of core interests and major concerns. A couple of days ago, Xi replied to a letter from the faculty and students of the Confucius Institute at the Durban University of Technology in South Africa. He encouraged them to learn the Chinese language and carrying forward the idea of China-South Africa friendship and friendly cooperation. He said learning each other's language and culture will facilitate mutual understanding and cultivate everlasting friendship between the peoples of the two countries. Since its establishment in 2013, the Institute has trained nearly 10,000 students. China and South Africa share a deep-rooted friendship, and since diplomatic relations were established 25 years ago, cooperation between the two countries has continued to expand across various fields. And that expansion has been accelerated under China's Belt and Road Initiative.
A golden age of bilateral ties. That's how experts are describing relations between China and South Africa today. This year marks the 25th anniversary since diplomatic relations between the two countries were established. In that period of time, South Africa has become a comprehensive strategic partner of China and the first African country to join China's Belt and Road Initiative. Cooperation has expanded in various fields such as energy, infrastructure, and education. This is a Duar wind farm in South Africa. Its first wind power project in Africa, built by China's Longyuan Power under the Belt and Road Initiative. Officially put into operation in 2017, the project can generate 760 million kilowatt-hours of power per year, supplying power to around 300,000 households in South Africa. The Yebe Kloof interchange, currently still under construction, is another important Belt and Road project. When completed, the major north-south transport route through South Africa would also be the largest one-time investment in an infrastructure project by the country's government in the past decade.
There'll probably be about 100 supervision, management and supervision people on site. There'll probably be a workforce of around about between 400 and 500 workers, skilled workers, drivers, carpenters, shutter hands, labor as well. So it will add significantly to the employment in the area.
And China's investment into education and job creation in South Africa has unlocked new opportunities for students across the country.
And we do have almost 200 students already visit China or study in China, in some university, or got an internship opportunity in Chinese enterprise.
Economic cooperation has also yielded fruit. China has been South Africa's largest trading partner for 14 consecutive years, and South Africa has been China's top trading partner in Africa for 13 consecutive years. In 2022, bilateral trade between China and South Africa reached $56 billion, a 5% year-on-year increase. It further accelerated in the first half of 2023, shooting up 11.7%. China has also provided a huge market for South African exports. In the first half of this year, China imported $350 million worth of South African agricultural products, including citrus fruit, pear, and soy. That amounted to a 15.7% year-on-year increase. Both sides are also active advocates for multilateralism, win-win cooperation, and common development. China says it's expecting even greater fruit in the coming future for both nations as the two sides explore more ways to maximize their comprehensive strategic partnership.
And now for more on the summit, let me go to our reporter Robert Nagila live for us from Johannesburg. Well, Robert, good to see you there. So leaders from the member nations have arrived there getting ready for the summit. What are some of the highlights that's expected to be at this meeting?
Well, already this morning there was a business meeting amongst business leaders and delegates from all BRICS member states. Now this afternoon we expect to have a leaders business forum, a dialogue forum, which will be co-hosted by President Xi Jinping of China and President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa. That is slated to begin at about 4 p.m. local time to run for about an hour, so they'll break off at about 5 p.m. local time. Now, there are various issues that are going to be discussed at this leaders forum. Amongst them, of course, we're looking at trade and investment within the member states. Now, tomorrow is when we believe they will begin the serious business of looking at issues on the agenda, such as BRICS membership. We know that over 20 countries have applied to join the BRICS bloc. And then there's also going to be the issue of decoupling from global trade from the dollar. Those are some of the issues that will be on the agenda over the next few days at this summit.
Yeah, thanks so much, Robert, and we'll certainly keep checking with you in the coming days. Now, as China and South Africa cooperation expands, the Bank of China and South Africa's Industrial Development Corporation has signed an MOU that is set to benefit projects in other countries.
The Industrial Development Corporation and the Bank of China today signed a memorandum of understanding in terms of which we are going to cooperate in the promotion of economic development between our respective countries. Now, the first thing to mention is that this MOU is meant to promote investment in South Africa. So the Industrial Development Corporation, the IDC, is in the process of raising capital support, funding support from the Bank of China in order to invest in many projects in the sectors of manufacturing, in the sectors of mining, in the sectors of energy, in the sectors of agriculture, amongst others. So, in the first instance, the Bank of China is prepared to support the IDC to an amount of over 5 years, just over 10 billion rand. This is under the auspices really of this BRICS platform, which is a strong platform for promoting development between our two countries for the benefit of the people of China, for the benefit of the people of South Africa, but also many, many other projects that we are doing across the whole of the African continent, looking at mining projects in Zambia, in the DRC, for the production of these new minerals that are required for energy transition, agricultural projects in East Africa, in Tanzania, in Kenya, and so on, as well as big energy projects in the gas space, in hydrogen, both in Namibia and in Angola.
And now let's further discuss this, and let me bring in my guest, Professor Liu Baocheng. He's the Dean of the Center for International Business Ethics at the University of International Business and Economics. Great to have you with us, Professor, on our show. So during the talks with his South African counterpart, Cyril Ramaphosa, President Xi said that China is ready to work with President Ramaphosa to push China and South Africa's comprehensive strategic partnership to a new level. Help us understand the essence of this relationship over the past 25 years.
Yes, on the global front, China is willing to work with South Africa to push for the reform of the United Nations agency, particularly the Security Committee, and for a better representation of African continent. And they also work together to make clear that justice and the UN Charter are really being abided by, and so to denounce some of the regional conflicts where it's going to disrupt the global supply chain, particularly food, to the much of the needed African continent. And then there's, on the economic front, there is a closer tie given all the footprint of trade and investment. So definitely there's going to be quite a surge. And on the financial front, the Bank of China, as previously reported, is helping them to raise funds to help the development of energy and the agriculture and also industrial manufacturing. So definitely we see that there's more of the private sector that's going to participate in the economic ties between China and South Africa. And people-to-people exchange is going to see quite a boost, because it's not only the Confucius Institute, the Chinese Cultural Center, and also the Rubin workshop, and more of the Chinese universities are going to receive more of the South African students to study on scholarship with us, and also more of the government officials at different ministries from South Africa is going to visit China now that the pandemic is over, and people-to-people's interaction will get more intensified on a friendly fashion.
Yeah, Professor, since you mentioned people-to-people exchanges, and President Xi also mentioned that the trust level has been elevated to a new high between the two nations, as well as the peoples of the two nations. And he also replied to a letter to students and faculty at the Confucius Institute in Durban, calling them to make a greater contribution for the development of ties between the two countries. What role do you think people-to-people exchanges will play in further enhancing the perception of culture and trust between the two nations?
I really appreciate President Xi's emphasis on the language, because he encouraged the young people to learn languages with each other, because they are not only the skill, but rather the carrier of culture behind it. So only when people are able to appreciate each other's culture, they will stay on the same page over the things to reduce the cognitive dissonance that can really impede on collaboration. So he also emphasized on the younger generation who's are going to be future leaders in many of the political, economic, and business front, and so that the closer ties with the educational circle, and by provide the right type of training for the youngsters with not only the technical skills but also management expertise to set up their own businesses, to trade with each other. So these are really something that the leaders are really playing high hope on. So hopefully we're going to see more of the intensification of exchange of the young business leaders with SMOEs, and actually I've been leading and initiating a class between my University of International Business with the university in South Africa on corporate ethics, So over the past 3 years, we do see that there's a lot more aspiration by the cross-cultural communication, and there has been disputes. And after the intense dialogue and communication, and people could really see things on the same page, and they can work on the same projects that can benefit both countries and also the younger generation with more of the fruition in business.
And it'll certainly be interesting to see how they were going to combine their approaches in this matter. Thank you so much, Professor Liu, for your analysis. Now, one of China's biggest consumer electronics companies has secured a foothold in the South African market. Our reporter Sun Ye has the details from Johannesburg.
China is South Africa's biggest trading partner. We sell an enormous quantity of goods to China. We buy a huge quantity of goods from China. And underpinning that is a growing number of Chinese companies that are investing in the South African economy. Large companies like Hisense.
South Africa's Minister of Trade and Industry, Abraham Patel, told CGTN that these two countries' trade and investment in between have a long history and covered a whole spectrum of industries, from consumer goods to mining to info technology. He had pointed to Hisense, a Chinese home appliances giant's deep roots in South Africa. And Hisense's presence is felt at the exhibition at the BRICS Business Council. We just learned that 40% of all televisions in South African homes are Hisense TV, and every year 1 million Hisense televisions are produced right here in South Africa.
Since the Atlantis Industrial Park started operation in 2013, it has directly created 1,000 job opportunities and indirectly generated 5,000 job opportunities. 10 years ago, Hisense was one of the 10 most popular brands in South Africa. Starting in 2016, it became the market's #1 in televisions and refrigerator sales and has maintained its top position for several years now.
We went to one of Johannesburg's flagship electronic stores to see that popularity. What about the performance? I mean, sales growing or sales slumping?
No, our sales are shooting up all the time. We have been so blessed to have very good and loyal customers that keep on returning for our best service in the store. We've got one of our busiest months, which is also going to be coming up right now, which is Black Friday in November. Normally in that kind of a space, we're making about 3 million rands in terms of turnover in a day.
My mother loves the brand, so like I grew up in a household where there was a Hisense.
It's one company's success story in South Africa, but as Sun Dale, the vice president, also said, in recent years, many Chinese companies have come to settle in South Africa, as they believe in South Africa's growth in the years to come. Sun Ye, CGTN, Johannesburg, South Africa.
Over 23 technical and vocational education and training colleges from across South Africa's 9 provinces have enrolled in the Huawei ICT Academy program. The Huawei ICT Academy has already trained over 4,000 students, with more than 2,000 obtaining Huawei certificates. Yulisa Njamela has this report.
Huawei ICT Academy is a partnership between Huawei and other academies and other tertiary institutions around the world. Here in South Africa, the Huawei ICT Academy program runs in a number of TVET colleges and universities.
Huawei ICT Academy is one of our flagship training development programs. We work closely with the universities and TVET colleges in South Africa. We go out and we train the trainer. So we empower the trainer with the requisite skills to the point where we are satisfied in their knowledge and expertise in a particular technology. Once they have passed that training, they then can go and administer and facilitate supplementary programs to the traditional curriculum. So if students are studying computer science, engineering, as a supplement to that, they would then run the Huawei ICT Academy training programs.
Ngobeko Asanda Shabalala is a beneficiary of this program. She was at a university in KwaZulu-Natal province when she was selected to study at the Huawei ICT Academy. She says the academy has broadened her scope of view to the opportunities present in the ICT field.
I had been applying, looking for bursaries. Huawei gave me all of that in one. It gave me exposure, it gave me opportunities, and it didn't hold me back. As a new graduate, you think that starting from the bottom level, they wouldn't trust you with much, but they propelled me and put me in spaces that made me feel uncomfortable, made me feel challenged, made me feel like I wasn't prepared for this and I didn't quite understand. But Huawei was able to see this in us as, you know, students from the ICT Academy and see the greatness that we have in us and propel us into spaces that we didn't imagine we'd ever find ourselves in.
Shabalala is now employed as a pre-sales engineer and product manager at Huawei South Africa headquarters. The academy works in conjunction with South Africa's Higher Education Department, which now intends to expand this program.
We have this memorandum of understanding signed already between the TVET colleges principals and Huawei. Now, all that we need to do, because the minister has already endorsed it, we need to formalize it as a department and sign a formal memorandum of understanding with Huawei.
Since the inception of the Huawei ICT Academy program, scores of students like Shabalala have successfully been placed in jobs. Yuli Sanjamala for CGTN in Johannesburg, South Africa.
All right, now let's get some more analysis. I'm pleased to be joined from Johannesburg by Gustavo de Carvalho, a senior researcher on Russia-Africa ties at the African Governance and Diplomacy Program at the South African Institute of International Affairs. Great to have you with us on our special program. So, as leaders are now gathering in Johannesburg for the upcoming BRICS summit, it's also worth noting that Chinese President Xi Jinping is visiting South Africa, a state visit there to mark the 25th anniversary of diplomatic ties between the two nations. What significance do you think this partnership carries?
It's actually a very important partnership when we see the fact that China is already the largest trading partner of South Africa. And the amount of investments that we have received from Chinese companies in the last couple of years does show that importance in terms of relationship between the two countries. It was really exemplified on Sunday when President Ramaphosa, the President of South Africa, stated the importance of the role of BRICS and really highlighting particularly the role of China, talking about a number of agreements that would be signed between South Africa and China, and really showcasing how important the relationship between these two countries will become.
Sure, and now there's a lot of talks about the major items, the key concerns, shared concerns of member countries, in particular at the upcoming BRICS summit. And your home country, South Africa, is hosting this event. What are some of your expectations from this gathering?
This is the most valuable BRICS summit we have seen in a long time. There's important discussions in relation to the expansion of the group, something that the Chinese government has been very supportive of. We've seen support from South Africa as well this week. And I think it's important for us to reflect in terms of not only who the countries will be, but particularly what will be the criteria, what will be the specific details that would enable us to understand what BRICS is really going to become. We're also going to have a number of conversations in relation to currencies and how BRICS countries trade with one another, whether it's through local currencies or even a pool of currencies, and those issues have been discussed. And I think particularly from the African side, I think it will be very important to ensure that even though South Africa is the only African country that is a member of BRICS, there is a lot of interest in increasing the complementarity of African economies. In that sense, BRICS is seen as a gateway to strengthen the economic and political capacity of African countries to influence global affairs.
Thank you so much for your analysis, Mr. Gustavo de Carvalho. Appreciate your time. Well, BRICS leaders are to meet as the bloc considers expansion. And now to get the latest on that, let me bring back our reporter, Robert Ngila. Well, Robert, there's a lot of discussion about membership expansion, and then there's also debate within the bloc. Tell us more about both sides of the argument, please.
Well, this is a topic or topics that have generated a lot of discussion, not just here, where the BRICS summit is due to begin shortly, but across the entire world, really. There's one part of the spectrum that believes that there needs to be a change in the global order because the West that has not really run it fairly, has not treated other countries as equals in trade, and there's also the argument that sanctions have been used unfairly against other countries. Now there's a belief that using the dollar as the main trading currency has also benefited one side and given it leverage over other countries, and that needs to change. There is a school of thought that believes that there needs to be a different approach so that all countries can be treated equally and fairly. And that's why this BRICS summit that is due to take place behind me at the convention center is being followed very, very closely. There's about 23 countries that have applied to be members. Now that will be an item on the agenda to be discussed at this particular summit. There's also the issue of decoupling global trade from the dollar, because if that happens, then other countries will be able to trade in different currencies, which means that the dollar will then not be as powerful as it is today within the global financial system. So those are the main issues that will be discussed here, but there are also other issues including security that will be on the agenda, that will be discussed by the leaders, trade and investment, by BRICS member states, that will also be here. But those two issues are what everybody will be focusing on and waiting to see what sort of outcome will come from this summit.
Apparently a lot of issues on the table there for BRICS leaders. Thank you so much, Robert Nagila, for us from Johannesburg. You're now watching a special program of China 24, and coming up next on the show. 23 nations officially request to join BRICS ahead of the Johannesburg summit. We look at why BRICS is such an attractive proposition for the countries in the developing world.
We are all connected across borders, across continents, connected by ideas, a shared humanity. Stay connected.
You've traveled to places where others couldn't be, seen things others couldn't imagine, and heard stories you can't be sure whether to believe. They say that you're privileged, that people look up to you. But only you know how much effort you've made. You're on the ultimate journey to discover a country with 5,000 years of history and nearly 1.5 billion people. Is it a green countryside or a vast sea of neon lights and skyscrapers? Is it a dangerous land choked with smog or the blue sky of a summer's day? What is this China for you? And what is this China for the rest of the world? CGTN. See the difference.
From the 1,035-kilometer railway linking China to Laos, facilitating connectivity and boosting economic growth in the landlocked Southeast Asian country, to the joint China-Saudi Arabia photovoltaic project to harness renewable energy in the oil-dependent kingdom. The Belt and Road Initiative has come a long way since it was first proposed in 2013. Complementing the development strategies of partner countries and building on their existing strength. The Belt and Road Initiative, linking the world in the pursuit of common prosperity for humanity. Welcome back. The 2023 BRICS Summit is expected to cover a wide range of issues against the backdrop of the Russia-Ukraine conflict and mounting geopolitical tensions. Now, CGTN's Ida Waringa breaks down the agenda of this year's Leader Summit in Johannesburg.
BRICS has emerged as a powerful bloc of emerging economies in the last decade. The agenda of the 15th BRICS Summit in Johannesburg will address important issues affecting developing markets and the global south. At the top of the list will be a proposed membership expansion. BRICS is a 5-country bloc standing for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, with a combined population of over 3 billion people. BRICS' popularity has surged in the last few years, and the organization says that more than 40 countries have expressed interest in joining the group. In July 2023, Russian state media announced that Iran and Argentina filed their official applications to join BRICS. The two countries are crucial energy and food security providers. Iran holds the world's second-largest gas reserves after Russia, as well as substantial gold reserves, while Argentina is a major soy, wheat, and corn exporter. Also high on the agenda will be the global economy. One of BRICS' long-term objectives is to break Western hegemony of international markets. In 2023, BRICS dwarfed the G7's global GDP contribution, which accounts for over 1/3 of worldwide economic activity. BRICS nations now provide over 32% of global GDP, while the G7, which includes the US, Germany, and Japan, contributes less than 30%. With the summit taking place in Africa, the continent's fuel, food, and financial crisis will be tabled. It's expected that de-dollarization momentum will continue, with Russia, China, and Brazil increasingly using non-US currencies in international trade. Talks on the Russia-Ukraine conflict are expected to take place during the Johannesburg summit. With the conflict well into its second year, many will be keen to see just how discussions around security issues will be navigated, especially as majority of African nations have shied away from declaring a position on the crisis. While these three topics are high on the agenda, further discussions are expected around climate change in a year with some of the most haphazard extreme weather conditions ever recorded. The outcome from the Johannesburg summit will play a pivotal role in mapping the bloc's trajectory and could even shape a new global economic order.
Meanwhile, experts say BRICS expansion will strengthen the voice for the global south and the multilateral system.
Right, this is a new development for BRICS because so far only South Africa joined the original group of 4 countries. Now there are over 20 countries wanting to join, including Saudi Arabia, Iran, Egypt, Indonesia, and a number of other countries. So in that sense, I think it could be important. I would like to see the strengthening of the existing multilateral system with more influence for developing countries.
What I expect out of the meeting is strengthened voice for the Global South, enlarged membership of, and also finding ways of trade and going around the sanctions that have really hurt global trade. Of course, the geopolitics that has also stifled cooperation around the world. In fact, if you look at what's happening globally, it's sad because countries have retreated to nationalism.
One of the major highlights is the high number of countries that want to become a part of BRICS. It means that developing countries, that is the global south, has now learned its lessons. Countries that are developing are now ready to go to the next level. But then to go to the next level, they need each other. They need to learn lessons from each other. The proposed BRICS currency, for example, is going to help to de-dollarize our economies.
Brazil's government has signaled its openness to expanding membership in this group of major developing nations. Our correspondent Paulo Cabral now with a deeper look at the impact membership has had on Brazil and how the country may move forward.
Brazil is the largest economy in Latin America. It's an agricultural powerhouse, one of the world's biggest food producers and exporters. The country also boasts a significant industrial sector, though many businesses struggle to stay competitive. And it has a vast consumer market, already buying large numbers of imported products, often from China. For this international relations analyst, being part of the BRICS group helps Brazil expand its commercial relations.
I believe BRICS is an important political project, but can be also an important economic platform. When we look to the members of BRICS, specifically China, Russia, and India, and maybe South Africa in such ways, we have three important markets for Brazilian products.
The group held its first summit in 2009, minus South Africa, which would join later. That was during the second term of President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Now, on his third government, Lula is showing his readiness to work towards strengthening BRICS.
President Lula recently made clear his support for the acceptance of new BRICS members, despite some reported resistance from Brazilian officials who fear expansion could bring a loss of Brazilian influence within the group.
I think it's extremely important that we allow other countries that fulfill the BRICS conditions to be allowed in the group. I think that from a global perspective, the BRICS group could play an exceptional role.
There's also hope in the country that relations with BRICS countries will help Brazil to receive more investment, especially from China.
Our country has huge needs in the area of infrastructure, railways and waterways, for example. And BRICS countries have vast experience in this area. This could benefit us, and at the same time, it would help Brazil to expand its market and export more commodities to these nations.
Lula's government has already made clear its support for a global South foreign policy, which favors relations with other developing nations. The BRICS group is an important instrument to help implement such a principle. Paulo Cabral, CGTN, Brasília.
And now let's get some more insights. I'm pleased to be joined here again by Professor Liu Baocheng, Dean of the Center for International Business Ethics at the University of International Business and Economics. Well, Professor, a lot of debate on member expansion of BRICS. Some are for, some are against. They all have their concerns. I want to get your thoughts on this because really the tangible achievements are there, and 23 countries have already applied for full membership of the blocs. What would you say about the attraction of the BRICS?
Well, yes, many of these countries, on one hand, they face the pressure of global fragmentation, and they wanted to seek a grouping of countries, particularly for countries with the large potential to grow their economy. And so at least to participate in a ministers' meeting like the existing 5 members of BRIC is really beneficial for them to build the right type of network and also the possibility to discuss further collaboration. And then there is a huge deficiency in the existing financial platform, like the IMF, like the Paris Club, like the ADB, etc. So they see that the new development bank or the BRICS Bank really holds quite a promise because they are less bureaucratic and also they are efficient and also they are sustainability driven. So therefore, to beef up this financial facility is there to give them more of the convenience and also accountability in operating a fund like that. And thirdly, they do see that by connecting with the individual countries even, like China, like South Africa, like Brazil or India, etc., they can also find more ways for collaboration and to streamline some of the hurdles that cannot really be touched upon under some other occasions.
And any membership expansion would require a lot of balancing and consideration. And right now, what do you think would be the criteria to absorb new members into the BRICS? And how would an expanded membership how would an expanded membership affect the bloc?
Yeah, so I think a simple analogy is that if you have a family business, with only 5 brothers working together, you do not need to have a whole lot of rules to write on. But right now, you're going to have a very much of the extended family, and you need house rules. And now the BRICS need a house rules, given the attraction it has really commanded to really manage the more than 20 countries and probably even more to get engaged in. Whether they're going to have a holistic type of charter, or are they going to have a separate charter, for example, on banking facility, on the contingency fund facility, and in the trade facilitation program, or simply they are going to have a whole lot of the integrated management. So that's one issue. The other is also the institutional construction, because right now, with more members either applying or getting adopted, so you need a secretariat for coordination, you need special task groups to work on specific areas in order to really make it professional, sustainable, transparent, and accountable.
And there are views saying that BRICS is a counterweight to the Western-led world order. So what would an expansion mean to the whole world, and how would it be different from, for example, the G7 or the G20?
I think it's too early to really over-politicize this budding organization or platform, because right now it's really there to fill the deficiency of the global economic order and financial order set forth after the Second World War, and also the sort of bureaucracy and inertia by the global financial institutions, etc. So whether it's going to be able to counterweight the U.S. dollar, with its own local currency or even uniform currency, or whether they're going to have a collective bargaining power with the Paris Club or with IMF or World Bank, etc. So that wait to see. And I think now at least it really shows there is an alternative way for the South to work together on their own, and instead of simply waiting for the benevolence of the northern countries. So this is something that's a very strong signal to show the confidence of these participating members, and also giving a warning sign to, for example, the United States, that the dollar, the hegemony can be rejected given the time if you do not really play on a fair basis with the rest of the world.
Yeah, pretty strong messages from this grouping. Thank you so much, Professor Liu Baocheng, for your analysis. Well, when we come back here on our special program, we're going to take a look at the signals from Johannesburg, biggest city in South Africa, which is hosting the BRICS summit for a second time.
Climate change, economic uncertainty, and food insecurity. As the world faces multiple challenges, heads of state of BRICS nations and 55 African countries meet in South Africa with a common goal to promote multilateralism and sustainable development. CGTN will bring you in-depth reports and comprehensive analysis on one of the largest gatherings of developing countries. BRICS Summit 2023. Building an inclusive world.
Johannesburg, the economic capital of South Africa, is hosting the BRICS summit for a second time. South Africa's biggest city, it attracts tens of thousands of immigrants every year. And Chinese-born Angela Yang, who runs a jewelry design business in the city, is one such immigrant. CGTN's Julie Shire tells her story.
Johannesburg is playing host to the 15th and possibly the most important BRICS summit ever held. The bustling metropolis and economic heartland earned its name as the City of Gold since the discovery of the precious mineral in 1886. It kick-started the country's global domination of gold production and set the country on a path to industrialization.
Johannesburg went from a mining camp of a few dozen people to being the biggest city in South Africa in 25 years. That kind of rapid development, both in terms of economy, society, and space, has been a key feature in the life of Johannesburg.
The city's charm remains as strong as the allure of gold over 130 years later, and it continues to be a melting pot of settlers from around the world.
Johannesburg is a city of migrants and immigrants. And from very early on, people were drawn to Johannesburg from across the southern African region and from across what was then the British Empire. And Johannesburg is a city in which things happen very quickly. There's a pace to Johannesburg that is embedded in its DNA.
Chinese-born Angela Yang didn't know what to expect when she moved to South Africa with her family when she was just 13.
During the time there was apartheid, it was 1990, and in Bloemfontein it was quite harsh environment that we're in Bloem. You don't know where you belong, you're not black, you're not white, and you try to fit in as much as you could. I actually learned how to speak Mandarin here in South Africa. After I matriculated, then I came to Joburg. It's like Igoli, a place of Igoli. I started university here in Johannesburg. It was really just buzzing and very exciting place to be. This is my home, I think, from the last 30 years.
Angela now runs a successful jewelry business from Johannesburg called Impilo Collection.
It is very special to be here in Johannesburg because we have the access to the diamond dealers and also the jewelry councils. My clients all over the world, so especially after COVID, people are seeing us online. So my clients can be in China, it can be in Hong Kong, in Japan. We also have people from Africa. Most of my inspiration coming from nature, by climbing the mountains and seeing beautiful things like even the butterflies, like something like the string that it was inspired by the jacaranda we have every spring, and the color, it just reminds me of that beautiful purples that we have in Johannesburg.
Close to Jung's heart is the plight of South African women. She's now preparing to climb Mount Kumulangama in September to raise funds for women affected by gender-based violence.
This is my country, and seeing people are suffering in my country, I have to do something, especially being the brand South Africa ambassador. To me, I felt no matter how much that where you come from, who you are, what your skin look like, we can all make a difference just by making a difference with one person's life. It is so important for me to bring South African flag all the way to 8,000 meters peak. For me, it's not just bringing the flag, but also telling people how important for us as being a woman that we can put our mind together and make things happen and just focus one step at a time and get to summit. For me, what's most important is we empower women. You know that you are financially independent, you're emotionally independent, and you don't need someone to give you that diamond. And the diamond is within you.
Julie Shara, CGTN, Johannesburg, South Africa.
Fascinating story. Emerging markets are on the rise. According to the International Monetary Fund's data from 2022, the proportion of GDP contributed by BRICS countries has experienced a significant uptick with a 17.3% rise. In contrast, the GDP share of the G7 nations has encountered a notable decline of 22%. Looking ahead to 2023, the IMF's projections reveal a compelling narrative. BRICS countries are anticipated to contribute a substantial 32.1% to global economic expansion, while the G7 nations are poised to generate a more modest 29.9%. And this trend is anticipated to gain further momentum. The IMF predicts that the BRICS economies will take on a pivotal role in driving worldwide economic growth in the next 5 years, with their indicator projected to reach an impressive 33.6% by 2028. In contrast, the G7's share is predicted to dwindle to 27.8% by then. Well, prepare to be amazed by the extraordinary talent of Lebohang Motan, a visual artist based in Johannesburg. She has transformed hairstyling and braiding into pure art, showcasing the profound bond that Black women share with their hair. And Motan's artwork dives into the intricate story and identity surrounding Black hair. And now she's gearing up for her very first exhibition. CGTN's Yulisa Namajana has the exciting details.
Lebohang Motan is a former hairstylist and artist who has combined her two passions to create portraits that embrace Black women's hair. Motan's artwork presents the connection that exists among Black women and the relationship they have with their hair.
Growing up, I was a hairstylist. I used to plait people's hair. I started plaiting when I was very young, from the age of 10. I started plaiting my grandmother, and then from there it went from me plaiting my family and friends, teachers at schools, like my peers and my classmates.
For the first time in many years, Motan has just received the break she's been longing for. She's been presented with a platform to showcase her work in her very first ever exhibition.
I feel very proud of myself for finally doing this. I've started making this work way back in 2015, and I just always felt like I was not ready to have an exhibition. I've done a lot of group exhibitions. I've participated in a lot of group exhibitions where I was showing the work, but I just always felt that I'm not ready to have like a solo exhibition.
What started off as a money-making endeavor has now turned into art that is turning heads.
So yeah, for me, hair is something that it has been part of my life for a very, very long time. It was a tool of making money at some point, and then it became art.
Motan's mentor, Renee Matibe, says this exhibition is critical when it comes to general discourse about Black women's hair in particular.
And I think the hair politics have been around for a long time, and only now that we can celebrate our hair, we can love our hair, and we can do anything that we want to our hair without any rules and regulations around Black hair.
Motan uses a wide range of mediums, from etching to papermaking and drawings with hair on paper. Motan has thus far also showcased her work around the country and in other countries. Yulisa Namajana for CGTN in Johannesburg, South Africa.
A young South African singer is carving out a Chinese pop career. Ali Zylo, who played Nala in a production of The Lion King at Disneyland Hong Kong in 2015, has written and released a single in Mandarin. When Zylo began to learn the language, it was just for conversation. Little did she know that Mandarin would open up her life to new avenues and earn her career as a Chinese pop artist. And Julie Shire met with the artist.
This multilingual South African singer is taking Chinese pop to a new level. She first fell in love with Chinese culture and Mandarin when she played Nala in The Lion King in Hong Kong. I met up with Ellie, who just returned from China and is enjoying her time back home.
Thank you. I'm really looking forward to having this conversation with you, chatting a little bit. Come inside, please.
Ellie's gift for learning languages has shaped her career as a multilingual artist, but she never dreamed Mandarin would open so many doors.
The dressing room was where I first picked up Chinese music. And I remember one of the dancers played a Chinese pop song. And the more I got into it, the more I studied the music, the more I listened to the music, the more I enjoyed it. I love singing in Mandarin because I've just fallen in love with how well it sits in a ballad. And with Cantonese, I love the challenge. Singing in Cantonese and in Mandarin, it opened up some doors because I think people could sense my heart behind it, that I genuinely wanted to connect.
The time she spent in China made her miss South Africa and her family, but it also brought new traditions.
The best thing about hot pot is that you can eat as you go. Yeah, let's let this continue boiling. And yeah, but I'm really happy to be back home. I released my first Mandarin single in 2021. Oh man, my mom can tell you, right before I pressed the upload button on YouTube, I called, I was like, I don't know if this is the right thing to do. But I'm so glad that I stuck to my gut feeling and I took the leap. I'm always going in between both worlds. And what I like is that I get to express both of my personalities because I have this dance, up-tempo, side to me. And I also have a more, I'd say, gentle side to me as well. Having been in Hong Kong and traveling a little bit to Shanghai and Beijing to perform as well, and I've performed in Thailand as well, all of that has just been little pieces that have really filled up the puzzle of my heart for Asia and for Hong Kong in particular. But home will always be home.
Elisailo's musical journey is just getting started. She's hopeful her fluent Mandarin and beautiful songs will capture the hearts of music lovers at home, in Hong Kong, Chinese mainland, and the rest of Asia.
And that's where we'll leave it for our special program on the BRICS Summit. As representatives of emerging markets and developing world, BRICS nations uphold key values such as openness, inclusiveness, and mutual benefit. And we'll certainly bring you more on the summit. I'm Wang Mamang. Thanks for your company. Up next is Global Business with Michael Wang. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to the weather forecast. I'm Tianyi. Well, over to China. And many folks in northern China are feeling quite fresh this morning as the majority seeing the temperatures just around 20 degrees Celsius as of 8 a.m. And heat wave will be mostly confined here to the portions along the middle reaches of Yangtze River over the next couple of days. The majority of northern China will see the high temperatures back into the upper 20s for both Wednesday and Thursday, much cooler than the previous days. Well, the temperatures are likely to cool off, but rain is likely to increase, especially for the southwest China. We are likely to see a round of torrential, if not extremely torrential amounts of rain, setting the stage here for portions of Sichuan, Chongqing, Guizhou, Guangxi, as well as Yunnan for both Wednesday and Thursday. And probably this round of heavy rain is likely to linger for another few days, possibly lasting through into this weekend, with the core of the heavy rain shifting a little bit northwards, affecting more of southern Shanxi and the majority of Henan as we head into this weekend. So please take necessary precaution and be well prepared. About business and travel, and downpours to hit Chengdu on Thursday with moderate amount of rain here setting the stage in Kunming, Guiyang, as well as Chongqing. And frequent rainy spells are likely to trigger some secondary disasters such as mudslide as well as debris flow, especially across the mountainous area. So please take care, especially for the elderly and children.
Coming up on Global Business, we're on the ground in Johannesburg for the 15th BRICS Summit, where expanding membership is expected to be high on the agenda. The Shanghai Free Trade Zone is trialing the import of remanufactured goods. We'll take a closer look at how this new move can save costs and help factories expand market share. And today is the Qixi Festival, or China's Valentine's Day. We'll explore how Chinese couples are getting innovative to create lasting memories on this romantic day. Welcome everyone to Global Business here on CGTN. I'm Michael Wong here in Beijing. We begin with our coverage of the 15th BRICS Summit. The major developing economies of Brazil, Russia, China, and South Africa, collectively known as the BRICS, are holding their 15th summit in the economic capital of South Africa, Johannesburg. Now, this marks the second time that South Africa is hosting the BRICS Summit. So for more on that, let's get to our Robert Nagela, who's standing by live for us in Johannesburg. Robert, thank you for joining us. Talk to us first about how the diplomatic agenda is looking like so far.
Well, just before we get into that really quickly, anytime now we expect the leaders of the BRICS member countries to begin arriving here at the convention center just behind me. There's a heavy presence of security, and this entire area has now been cordoned off. So they're now beginning to move the vehicles much faster than what we had seen much earlier. But just going back to your question in terms of the agenda, a lot of people now, the expectations are more focused on the BRICS membership. We know at least 20 to 23 countries have applied to join the BRICS bloc. So that is one of the items on the agenda. The other item on the agenda that a lot of people will be looking forward to is the decoupling trade, global trade from the dollar. Decoupling global trade from the dollar. There's a feeling here that using the dollar as a global currency has not been very fair to quite a few countries. They believe that the West, especially the United States, has used the dollar to leverage its position on global issues, and most countries have not really come out of that really fairly. So those are the two main issues that a lot of people here are focused on, that people are looking forward to see what the outcome will be. Now, in terms of the membership, whether that will be decided during this particular summit remains to be seen. We know it is an item on the agenda to be discussed here. Like I said, about 20 to 23 countries have applied for membership. But also, just to add on to that, we know that quite a number of countries, the leadership of several countries across the continent and across the world have also been invited for this particular summit. So a lot of expectations on the outcomes of this particular summit.
Absolutely, Robert. And like you mentioned, BRICS leaders will be arriving at that convention center relatively soon to deliver remarks. So many thanks for that report, and certainly looking forward to those remarks as well. Meanwhile, our Sun Ye is also on the ground for us in Johannesburg with more. Hi there, Sun Ye. We know that the BRICS Business Forum has been ongoing the whole day today. So what's the latest on that front?
Hey there, we are at the venue where the BRICS Business Forum has been taking place the whole day. And in an hour or two, perhaps the most important session today will be taking place. That will be the leader session. The 5 leaders for BRICS countries are expected to each make statements at this session that's scheduled for an hour or two later. And you will see people are filing in. With this place is getting crowded because those speeches obviously will be the talk of the day. Now, setting the stage for that leader session where the 5 leaders of BRICS countries are going to make statements will be a speech by a chair for the BRICS Business Council, and also an introduction by South Africa's trade minister, Abraham Patel. Now, the South Africa's trade minister has actually told us that he believes this BRICS session session will be the kind of place that show the world how BRICS has made the world a better place. He says this session we're in right now would be the place where the world get the best of the products, ideas, the growth opportunities, and very honest talks between BRICS countries. And throughout the day, we heard just that. Throughout the entire day, starting this morning, there have been discussions on issues that BRICS countries as well as African countries care about. We also heard from many Chinese participants, including the vice chairman for China's Council for Trade Promotion, Mr. Zhang Shaogang. He was sharing a lot about how China facilitated and built a business-friendly environment. And we also heard from Chinese participants who talk about the transition to new energy structure mix. And we have also heard from Chinese and other participants talk about the importance of small, medium-sized enterprises in their contribution to economic growth, and how they should work to make SMEs grow, even though they have very different needs. So we have heard very honest and what the participants say, talks that are at a very high level of trust, and we expect that kind of talk to also happen later, including perhaps what we will hear from the leaders. We'll keep you posted, of course, on that upcoming leaders session. Back to you.
Yeah, a jam-packed room behind you at the BRICS Business Forum. Many thanks for that. Arsunia for us in Johannesburg, also covering the BRICS Summit for us. Now, over the years, BRICS countries have been at the forefront of global economic growth, the IMF saying in its report that BRICS countries are set to overtake the G7 nations and steer the global economy in the years ahead. Take a look.
Emerging markets are on the rise. According to the International Monetary Fund, the proportion of GDP contributed by BRICS countries experienced a significant uptick, with a 17.3 percentage points rise between 2000 and 2022. In contrast, the GDP share of the G7 nations declined by 22 percentage points during the same period. Looking ahead to 2023, the IMF's projections reveal a compelling narrative. BRICS countries are anticipated to contribute a substantial 32.1% to global economic expansion, while the G7 nations are poised to generate a more modest 29.9%. This trend is anticipated to gain further momentum. The IMF predicts that the BRICS economies will take on a pivotal role in driving worldwide economic growth in the next 5 years, with their indicator projected to reach an impressive 33.6% by 2028. In contrast, the G7's share is predicted to dwindle to 27.8% by then.
And for more on the BRICS Summit in Africa, I want to bring in Tanya, who is the Deputy Director of the BRICS Research Center at the University of International Business and Economics. Tanya, thank you so much for joining us. So I want to begin with South Africa first, because in addition to attending the BRICS Summit, President Xi Jinping has paid a state visit to South Africa as well. And in his signed article on South Africa media, Tanya, President Xi Jinping wrote that China-South Africa relations have achieved leapfrog development and has entered into a golden era. So how strong is the strategic trust, you think, between these two nations, and how have economic ties evolved in those 25 years since the establishment of diplomatic ties?
Hi, Michael. Thank you for this question. We can see that the year 2023 marks the 25th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and South Africa. The strategic trust between the two nations has actually gradually strengthened over the past 25 years. China-South Africa relations have achieved a leapfrog, as President Xi stated, from a partnership to a strategic partnership, and then to a comprehensive strategic partnership. This progression has continually moved towards higher quality, broader fields, and deeper levels. Here, let me take the trade relations, for example. When we look at the statistics, over the past 25 years, bilateral trade of China and South Africa has increased from $1.4 billion in 1998 to nearly $57 billion in 2022. Since 2009, China has been South Africa's largest trading partner for 14 consecutive years, and since 2010, South Africa has been China's largest trading partner in Africa for 13 consecutive years. China-South Africa bilateral trade accounts for about 1/5 of China-Africa total trade volume. According to the General Administration of Customs in China, in 2022, the trade volume between the two countries increased to about $54 billion, a year-on-year increase about 50%. And South Africa's exports to China were about $33 billion, a year-on-year increase of nearly 60%. And it is worth mentioning that recently the South African corn export channels to China has been officially opened. China's corn imports are gradually shifting from mainly relying on countries such as United States and Ukraine to South Africa. Besides, both nations have also diversified their economic collaboration into areas such as infrastructure, energy cooperation, and joint ventures in various sectors. So this is my viewpoint on the subject. Thank you.
Yeah, so an absolute surge when it comes to China-South Africa bilateral trade, and now increasingly we're seeing more Chinese investment going into the country as well to really spur the manufacturing sector and create more high value-added jobs. Tanya, let's talk about BRICS, because high on the agenda at this year's summit is, of course, BRICS expansion. How do you see the BRICS grouping, especially if we see that expanded BRICS really supporting faster growth and more sustainable development in Africa, which are two of the themes of this year's BRICS summit?
Yes, thank you for the question. We can notice that there is a growing discussion about the expansion of BRICS recently, accompanied with various opinions. So I think it is crucial for us to acknowledge that any expansion of an association introduces both fresh opportunities and challenges for existing members. Therefore, it is natural for various opinions to emerge during the expansion of BRICS. In my view, in the case of BRICS, moderate expansion brings more benefit than drawbacks. A significant example is the expansion occurred when South Africa joined BRICS in 2010. During that time, concerns were raised such as South Africa is geographically distant from other members. However, this expansion proved highly successful, especially in supporting Africa's economic growth and sustainable development you mentioned. And economic survey data from African Development Bank in 2022 indicates that BRICS countries are currently Africa's largest trading partners. Additionally, the BRICS countries are emerging as significant investors in Africa, particularly in sectors of manufacturing, infrastructure, and also services. Taking the cooperation between China and South Africa, for example, according to the Chinese embassy in South Africa, by the end of 2021, Chinese companies had invested more than $25 billion in South Africa, more than 200 various types of Chinese-funded enterprises or institutions registered with the Chinese embassy in Africa have created over 400,000 local jobs, involving sectors such as energy, communication, finance, and manufacturing. Now, as the African Continental Free Trade Area came into effect in early 2021, African countries have entered a really new phase of development. I firmly believe that BRICS will continue to assume an important role in the ongoing development of Africa. So this is my perspective. Thank you.
Yeah. And Tanya, media reports pointing to over 40 countries either formally applying for or expressing interest in joining BRICS, including many major African countries such as Egypt, such as Algeria, Nigeria, and Ethiopia as well. We also hear of other major developing economy giants such as Saudi Arabia, such as Indonesia, Argentina, and Iran seeking to join also. So what does this all say about the attractiveness of the BRICS mechanism especially for emerging and developing economies?
Yes, Michael, thank you for this insightful question. I'm glad to share some of my own understandings. As we know that BRICS grouping is an informal interstate association of 5 countries now, one important reason for the enduring power of BRICS is its relatively loose form in cooperation. Unlike organizations such as G7, there are no binding rules for BRICS members, actually, which allows for a more flexible and adaptable approach to collaboration. Such form of cooperation highlights BRICS' core values of mutual respect, mutual benefit, equality, openness, and inclusivity, making it a very appealing platform for other countries to join in. Furthermore, BRICS strongly advocate for multilateralism, inclusivity, and peaceful development, which I think aligns with the development aspirations of many countries in the current global landscape. A typical example is the BRICS Plus model, which revolves around the BRICS countries and establishes cooperative partnerships with other countries, regions, or international organizations. Countries that are already benefiting from this BRICS Plus model, I think would likely find themselves more attracted to formally join the BRICS. Moreover, the BRICS countries, along with other emerging economies and developing countries, share similar economic and development needs when confronting global challenges, including issues of poverty, terrorism, climate change, and other global concerns. So now BRICS holds a very important position in the South-South cooperation. The group's dynamic framework and its focus on mutual growth and development make it a driving force in fostering collaboration among developing economies. Besides, the accomplishments achieved by BRICS now have been offering substantial motivation for other emerging and developing economies to work together for a more prosperous future and for a better world. This is my understanding. Thank you.
Yeah, well, BRICS giving an amplified voice to the global South in emerging and developing economies. We're going to leave it there. Many thanks for your thoughts on all of this. Tanya, Deputy Director of the BRICS Research Center at UIBE. Thank you. Well, Johannesburg, the economic capital of South Africa, is hosting the BRICS Summit for a second time. South Africa's biggest city, it attracts tens of thousands of immigrants every year. Chinese-born Angela Young, who runs a jewelry design business in the city, is one such immigrant. CGTN's Julie Shire has more.
Johannesburg is playing host to the 15th and possibly the most important BRICS summit ever held. The bustling metropolis and economic heartland earned its name as the City of Gold since the discovery of the precious mineral in 1886. It kick-started the country's global domination of gold production and set the country on a path to industrialization.
Johannesburg went from a mining camp of a few dozen people to being the biggest city in South Africa in 25 years. That kind of rapid development, both in terms of economy, society, and space, has been a key feature in the life of Johannesburg.
The city's charm remains as strong as the allure of gold over 130 years later, and it continues to be a melting pot of settlers from around the world.
Johannesburg is a city of migrants and immigrants. And from very early on, people were drawn to Johannesburg from across the Southern African region and from across what was then the British Empire. And Johannesburg is a city in which things happen very quickly. There's a pace to Johannesburg that is embedded in its DNA.
Chinese-born Angela Young didn't know what to expect when she moved to South Africa with her family when she was just 13.
During the time there was apartheid, it was 1990, and in Bloemfontein it was quite harsh environment that we're in Bloem. You don't know where you belong, you're not black, you're not white, and you try to fit in as much as you could. I actually learned how to speak Mandarin here in South Africa. After I matriculated, then I came to Joburg. It's like Igoli, a place of Igoli. I started university here in Johannesburg. It was really just buzzing and very exciting place to be. This is my home. I think from the last 25 30 years.
Angela now runs a successful jewelry business from Johannesburg called Impilo Collection.
It is very special to be here in Johannesburg because we have the access to the diamond dealers and also the jewelry councils. My clients all over the world, so especially after COVID, people are seeing us online. So my clients can be in China, it can be in Hong Kong, in Japan. We also have people from Africa. Most of my inspiration coming from nature, by climbing the mountains and seeing beautiful things like even the butterflies, like something like the string that it was inspired by the jacaranda we have every spring, and the color, it just reminds me of that beautiful purples that we have in Johannesburg.
Close to Jung's heart is the plight of South African women. She's now preparing to climb Mount Kumolangama in September to raise funds for women affected by gender-based violence.
This is my country, and seeing people are suffering in my country, I have to do something, especially being the brand South Africa ambassador. To me, I felt no matter how much that where you come from, who you are, what your skin look like, we can all make a difference just by making a difference with one person's life. It is so important for me to bring South African flag all the way to 8,000 meters peak. For me, it's not just bringing the flag, but also telling people how important for us as being a woman that we can put our mind together and make things happen and just focus one step at a time and get to summit. For me, what's most important is we empower women. You know that you are financially independent, you're emotionally independent, and you don't need someone to give you that diamond. And the diamond is within you.
Julie Shara, CGTN, Johannesburg, South Africa.
And of course, China and South Africa share a deep-rooted friendship. Since diplomatic relations were established 25 years ago, cooperation between the two countries has continued to expand across various fields. That expansion has been accelerated under China's Belt and Road Initiative.
A golden age of bilateral ties. That's how experts are describing relations between China and South Africa today. This year marks the 25th anniversary since diplomatic relations between the two countries were established. In that period of time, South Africa has become a comprehensive strategic partner of China and the first African country to join China's Belt and Road Initiative. Cooperation has expanded in various fields such as energy, infrastructure, and education. This is a Duar wind farm in South Africa. Its first wind power project in Africa, built by China's Longyuan Power under the Belt and Road Initiative. Officially put into operation in 2017, the project can generate 760 million kilowatt-hours of power per year, supplying power to around 300,000 households in South Africa. The Yibi Kloof interchange, currently still under construction, is another important Belt and Road project. When completed, the major north-south transport route through South Africa would also be the largest one-time investment in an infrastructure project by the country's government in the past decade.
There'll probably be about 100 supervision, management and supervision people on site. There'll probably be a workforce of around about between 400 and 500 workers, skilled workers, drivers, carpenters, shutter hands, labor as well. So it will add significantly to the employment in the area.
And China's investment into education and job creation in South Africa has unlocked new opportunities for students across the country.
And we do have almost 200 students already visit China or study in China, in some university, or got an internship opportunity in Chinese enterprise.
Economic cooperation has also yielded fruit. China has been South Africa's largest trading partner for 14 consecutive years, and South Africa has been China's top trading partner in Africa for 13 consecutive years. In 2022, bilateral trade between China and South Africa reached $56 billion, a 5% year-on-year increase. It further accelerated in the first half of 2023, shooting up 11.7%. China has also provided a huge market for South African exports. In the first half of this year, China imported $350 million worth of South African agricultural products, including citrus fruit, pear, and soy. That amounted to a 15.7% year-on-year increase. Both sides are also active advocates for multilateralism, win-win cooperation, and common development. China says it's expecting even greater fruit in the coming future for both nations as the two sides explore more ways to maximize their comprehensive strategic partnership.
Well, over 23 technical and vocational education and training colleges from across South Africa's 9 provinces have enrolled in the Huawei ICT Academy program. The Huawei ICT Academy has already trained some over 4,000 students, with more than 2,000 now obtaining Huawei certificates. Our Yolisa Njamela has more.
Huawei ICT Academy is a partnership between Huawei and other academies and other tertiary institutions around the world. Here in South Africa, the Huawei ICT Academy program runs in a number of TVET colleges and universities.
Huawei ICT Academy is one of our flagship training development programs. We work closely with the universities and TVET colleges in South Africa. We go out and we train the trainer. So we empower the trainer with the requisite skills to the point where we are satisfied in their knowledge and expertise in a particular technology. Once they have passed that training, they then can go and administer and facilitate supplementary programs to the traditional curriculum. So if students are studying computer science, engineering, as a supplement to that, they would then run the Huawei ICT Academy training programs.
Mubeko Asanda Shabalala is a beneficiary of this program. She was at a university in KwaZulu-Natal province when she was selected to study at the Huawei ICT Academy. She says the academy has broadened her scope of view to the opportunities present in the ICT field.
I had been applying, looking for bursaries. Huawei gave me all of that in one. It gave me exposure, it gave me opportunities, and it didn't hold me back. As a new graduate, you think that starting from the bottom level, they wouldn't trust you with much, but they propelled me and put me in spaces that made me feel uncomfortable, made me feel challenged, made me feel like I wasn't prepared for this and I didn't quite understand. But Huawei was able to see this in us as, you know, students from the ICT Academy and see the greatness that we have in us and propel us into spaces that we didn't imagine we'd ever find ourselves in.
Shabalala is now employed as a pre-sales engineer and product manager at Huawei South Africa headquarters. The academy works in conjunction with South Africa's Higher Education Department, which now intends to expand this program.
We have this memorandum of understanding signed already between the TVET colleges principals and Huawei. Now all that we need to do, because the minister has already endorsed it, we need to formalize it as a department and sign a formal memorandum of understanding with Huawei.
Since the inception of the Huawei ICT Academy program, scores of students like Shabalala have successfully been placed in jobs. Yolisa Njamela for CGTN in Johannesburg, South Africa.
Now, during the BRICS summit, the press center of the Chinese delegation extended an invitation to Chen Siqing, who serves as the chairman of the BRICS Business Council's China chapter and as the chairman of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Now, Chen took the opportunity to provide the media with insights into the proceedings of the BRICS Business Council Annual Meeting 2023. He highlighted that the cooperation within the BRICS industrial and commercial realm has embraced greater diversity, resulting in strengthened economic and trade connections through a decade of persistent efforts. Emphasizing the importance of remaining dedicated to openness and inclusivity, Chen stressed on the need to cultivate broader partnerships. And with that, we're going to wrap up this edition of Global Business here on CGTN. Stay tuned as we continue our coverage of the 15th BRICS Summit over in Johannesburg, South Africa.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network. From CGTN headquarters in Beijing, this is The Hub with Wang Guan.
Hello and welcome to The Hub on CGTN and Wang Guan in Beijing. China has been taking a supportive role over the years, working with the African Union in promoting economic cooperation and infrastructure development. The former deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission, Erastus Mwancha, has visited China on multiple occasions. Today, I'm very pleased to be joined in Nairobi, Kenya by Mr. Mwancha for his insights on the BRICS summits and multilateral relationships between China and Africa. Vice Chairman Mwancha, welcome back to The Hub on CGTN. I want to start by asking you about China-Africa relations. China has maintained its position as Africa's largest trading partner for 14 consecutive years. Even amid the pandemic in 2022, the trade volume between China and Africa reached $282 billion. That is, of course, a 11% increase year on year. What is your reading of the current momentum in China-Africa economic relations?
The relationship between Africa and China, of course, dates back to many decades, even not centuries. But of course, since the year 2000, when the FOCAC, the Forum for Africa-China Cooperation, started, that relationship has strengthened because it brings together the leaders of Africa plus the president of China, and that helps in cementing a relationship. And of course, the business community has always taken advantage of that closeness at the leadership level to undertake business. Yes, indeed. If you look at that trade, it is also accompanied by many other things that go with it, cooperation that also stretches into other areas of cooperation, like in the area of development cooperation, people-to-people cooperation, and as well as, of course, social sectors, including support for Africa in some of the areas, like in the area of peace and security. So it is not just a one-faceted kind of cooperation. It is multifaceted, and it has grown out of huge, investment, social and political and economic, that has taken place over the years.
Over the years, many people in the West, they question China's endgame in Africa. They're like, why is China in Africa after all? They say China is there not just for economic and financial gains, but China has political and geopolitical ambitions in mind eventually. How do you look at this kind of mentality? Do you think the West is somehow seeing China's role in Africa through their own lenses of exploitation, domination, and of course, previously, colonialism?
The colonial powers, of course, are losing ground in Africa, as what we have seen epitomized in West Africa. And to answer the question, those that question the motive of China being in Africa never question the motive of China-Africa cooperation, which started way back at the Bandung Conference in 1955, when Africa was struggling to get out of the yoke of colonialism and apartheid. It is China, together with many South-based countries, that supported Africa out of the struggle of colonialism. And of course, China's trade continues to support, even in the elimination of apartheid. You remember when that struggle to eliminate apartheid was at its height, many African countries were having sanctions, like Zambia, Tanzania, which were frontline states. It is China that came and supported those countries. Remember the Tasara rail that was built from Dar es Salaam to Lusaka was in a way in response to supporting those countries that were fighting against apartheid. And it continues. And because, of course, that relationship, even when you look at China rejoining or joining the UN Security Council, it is because these countries that supported that move, particularly Africa, was because of those historical relationships. So China has not just discovered Africa, or Africa, friendship with China just grown out of these commercial activities going on. It is historical, it is of mutual interest, and it is because they have mutual benefits that arise out of that.
But Mr. Vice Chairman, I want to ask you about the Belt and Road Initiative because we're marking the 10th anniversary of it later this year. There are many projects in Africa that is a symbol of China-Africa cooperation. If you think about the hydropower station in Uganda, and of course Chinese firms taking stakes in lithium mines in many African countries. In Zimbabwe, for example, this lithium plant worth over $300 million, and China-Namibia wind power venture of $94 million are happening as we speak. What is your assessment of the Belt and Road Initiative, and what concretely has it done to people in Africa?
If I could start with the global perspective, over the last 10 years since the Belt and Road Initiative started in 2013, it has been transformative in many ways, particularly for the African continent, focusing in those areas that Africa has lagged behind. Because if you look at Africa, particularly in the area of infrastructure, every metric, whether you look at people that have access to energy or a rail network that is in the continent, or road network, or ports or airports, all those, Africa lags very much behind what you might call the average statistics around the world. And China has supported not only Africa, under this program, over 3,000 projects have been implemented by countries that are members of Belt and Road Initiative or who participate, which are more than 140, 150, plus many international organizations. In fact, if you look at the total investment that has come out of it, out of these programs, over $1 trillion has been invested. And Africa, if you look at Africa itself, a lot of projects that have been implemented, China now steps more or less ahead of any country, including the World Bank, in supporting infrastructure projects. And infrastructure projects are transformative in many ways because they create, first of all, they create investment opportunities by lowering the cost of doing business, access to markets. They open up some of the areas like what you mentioned, the lithium, the hydro project in Uganda, plus also where I sit in Kenya, we have the Tazara, we have the SGR, which has also supported in many ways. If you look at SGR from Mombasa to Nairobi, it has reduced the time of doing business, reduced the number of vehicles on the road, like 500 buses or trucks out of the road per day. Imagine what that means in terms of saving costs, saving lives, and also mitigating against climate. In addition to all these projects, under the Belt and Road Initiative, you have programs like people-to-people cooperation. So many African students studying in China at the moment, and a number of areas in the area of investment cooperation and others. So yes, this cooperation, which has been over the last 10 years, has seen that relationship grow stronger, and Africa has benefited a lot.
I understand that you were also invited to the Belt and Road Forum to be taking place later this year in Beijing, China. What do you anticipate from this forum?
First, I see huge participation, but I also see countries renewing their cooperation. But as you mentioned at one stage, there has been quite a concerted effort, particularly from some quarters in the West, to discourage some of the countries working with China. But those countries have maintained the strong relationship because there is, as I said earlier on, mutual benefits. And the countries discover, of course, that some of the programs that are being implemented under the China-Africa cooperation cannot be supported by the West because the West can give soft support, good governance and all these kind of things, but not support heavily in the area of infrastructure. So yes, it will be a celebration marking that cooperation, but also charting a way forward for the next phase of cooperation.
Yeah, Vice Chairman Mwancha, let's talk about BRICS, with South Africa taking the chairmanship of this very important bloc. First of all, what are your expectations from this summit taking place in your own continent, Africa? And also, how do you expect China and Africa, South Africa in particular, to work together to perhaps strengthen the cohesion and unity of this bloc?
BRICS really brings what you might call the global South voice together. And I can't see another voice other than when we used to have the non-aligned movement that speaks louder than the BRICS, cooperation. Under BRICS, of course, at the moment, there are 6 countries that participate, but I can see in the summit that is going to take place in South Africa, in addition to the 6 countries, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, I see a number of countries wanting to join that cooperation. Already Saudi Arabia, we have seen a number of countries from Middle East that have applied, from Africa, like Egypt and the rest, that would want to join. And this cooperation, of course, opens a new window for countries not only to address issues which, for instance, are addressed under G7 or under G20, but giving voice to the global South. And in addition to more countries wanting to join, these countries are also looking forward on how to strengthen trade and investment. And of course, given the fact that all these sanctions that are there, which have made it very difficult, plus disruptions under global supply chain, these countries will be looking for ways of how to continue to encourage trade and bypass the rigidity that is imposed, particularly in payment system that has to go through SWIFT and all these other channels that make it very difficult for countries to trade when there are sanctions. And so this is going to be a summit that will be watched by the rest of the international community because BRICS is standing up to be a very important forum that speaks on behalf of the global South.
Right. One stated goal of BRICS was to, quote unquote, democratize the post-Cold War international order and make the world fairer for tens of millions of people living in the global South, aka the developing world. Do you see that happening?
Yes, of course. If you look at the number of countries that are likely to join and the population already of the BRICS GDP is well over, it's almost 30 trillion, which means it's already over 30% of the global economy. And so you cannot ignore that voice that comes from the BRICS. In fact, it's over 40% of the global economy. In addition to that, this is countries that almost constitute 2/3 of the global population. I mean, you look at China, India, and the rest of the countries, plus those that are likely to join. So this is not a forum that one can take lightly. It is a forum that I think is serious on the agenda, and you can see the interest that is been generated as a run-up to the meeting, plus the preparatory meetings that have taken place from India and the rest.
But what is your assessment when it comes to perceived disunity within BRICS? For example, China and India are not 100% seeing eye to eye with each other. If you think about the border disputes last year and the year before, member states don't necessarily have the same working language. Some speak English, some speak Chinese, of course, with Russian and other languages to boot. And of course, they have different geopolitical calculations. There have been calls from Western countries, for South Africa, for example, to even arrest Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia. What do you make of all these events and the complex dynamics within BRICS?
And to me, that epitomizes the kind of global cooperation that we should continue to encourage. It is not often that you will find that countries will agree on all issues and at all times. But when it comes to matters of economic cooperation and serving the interests, for instance, of the global south, these countries do speak with the same voice when it comes to interests of the global south, because they know that global north has its own agenda and has always, even if you look at what institutions that were created under the framework of the global cooperation, whether you call it multilateral cooperation under the UN, these same countries are now walking away from them. They have gone to what one might call nationalism. To me, this BRICS brings the best out of countries that may not agree on every item on the agenda, but when it comes to matters of mutual interest, they set aside their differences and stand together.
Yeah. Another much-watched event was Russia-Africa Summit. What is your take on the outcome of this event?
I think that the summit, first of all, a number of agreements were signed, and the fact that in the midst of what is going on between Russia and Ukraine, that a number of countries would still be able to attend that meeting is an indication. Again, Russia, like China, has been one of the countries that supported Africa, particularly in the struggle for independence. So much as many of the African countries may not totally agree with what is going on between Russia and Ukraine, their friendship, their cooperation with Russia has not diminished because of the war. And the fact that you could see the African Union and a number of African leaders in St. Petersburg is a testament to what that relationship stands for.
Right. Africa finds itself among the most susceptible regions to bear the brunt of escalating energy and food prices due to geopolitical tensions and the war and the fluctuation in international prices, with ongoing Western sanctions impacting Russian oil and gas exports, and also the export of Ukrainian agricultural products. How are they responding on the economic front to address the challenges posed by inflationary pressures?
In fact, that brings out very clearly when you asked earlier on a question about the BRICS. Part of the reason that the BRICS really stands strong together is because of things like sanctions. And the sanctions, the way they're applied, it is really without much of rationality. And here, if you look at what has happened, particularly what you have just clearly articulated, whether it's the war, climate change and the rest, Africa has borne the brunt of it. When the global supply chain was disrupted, whether it was because of COVID or this war, Africa had no access to medicine. Africa had no access to food. And because of that, inflation in Africa is really rampant. And because of that, we can see quite an unsettling situation in Africa, which threatens peace and security in the continent. This is one of the things I think African leaders would be looking forward to what comes out of the BRICS, because African countries, and even being in St. Petersburg, these were some of the issues which were on the table on how this cooperation can continue to take place amidst the wars going on, but also how to go around the sanctions that has made it very difficult for Africa, for instance, to get access to oil, which is also causing, inflation in Africa because of high oil prices, and of course the food prices, plus medicine and the others. And of course, what we have also seen, what has emerged out of this crisis is countries are now, in the pretext of geopolitics, gone into import substitution like we have never seen before. The same countries that established the WTO, preached about the need for open trade, global trade, have walked away from that. And so this is one of the things that really stands out as an area of concern for the continent.
Yeah, we've seen trends of friend-shoring or near-shoring. We've seen governments asking their allies and friends and partners to relocate to their friends, countries and continents instead of picking the location that is really the best for their businesses from an economic and business point of view. That is pathetic, let's put it bluntly. Let's talk about the situation in Africa. Niger is experiencing some situation over there. The aftermath of a coup d'etat has led the former colony to distance itself from the French influence. We've seen demonstrators in support of the coup, some displaying anti-France sentiments and pro-Russian signs on the street. How do you analyze the situation there in Niger?
A very complex situation because according to the African Protocol of Peace and Security, any change of leadership that does not follow the constitutional order, the countries then find themselves on the wrong side of the established procedures. And it's not just at the level of AU, but even at the level of ECOWAS. But as you have rightly mentioned, what has been quite surprising to many people is how popular this coup is among the people of Niger. In spite of the sanctions that have been applied by ECOWAS member states, the threats that have been issued that they would use force to remove the military regime that is in place, this has not in any way deterred the military and the people to soften the stance they have taken. And as you also mentioned, what is the message that is coming out, distancing themselves from France? They came out clear on the number of issues that they raised, which have got to do, say, with uranium, because more than almost 30% of uranium that consumed in Europe is from Niger. So this is a message to me, I think, that both the former colonial masters and the countries in Africa should really look at and say, what are the lessons learned? And of course, it's not just confined to Niger. You see what has happened in Burkina Faso. You see what has happened in Mali. And all these countries are even ganging up together saying, if there is military intervention in Niger, they will come on the side of Niger. This has complicated the situation in West Africa.
Right. Let's talk about climate change, Mr. Vice Chairman, because it's a very important issue and getting more and more so. This year, extreme weather patterns have been observed here in China, for example, in Beijing. Unprecedented record-smashing rainfall in the Chinese capital. Likewise, in Africa, we've witnessed drought in Somalia, flooding in Nigeria, and the cyclone, unfortunately, in Malawi. The impact of climate change are being felt across the continent, and African nations stand out as some of the most vulnerable, susceptible to climate change. In light of these circumstances and events, how do you envision less developed African countries building resilience and preparedness?
Africa remains most vulnerable because the items that you have just listed, if you look at the totality of all these elements, it's well known fact that Africa contributes less than 4% of global warming, green gases. But Africa has the highest incidence of climate change, from drought to floods. But like what we have seen, what is to me surprising is that even in some quarters in the world, there are people who are still denying about this climate change, calling it a hoax. But when we see the countries that have prepared themselves, for instance, you look at China, the effort that has been made to go to green energy and the rest is recommendable. And this is the challenge Africa has, because Africa doesn't have enough capital. Africa has also can contribute positively to climate change because Africa is home to a lot of resources, green minerals, but also Africa is also home to forests, which are carbon sink, and Africa could also turn out to be a solution, the global, because Africa doesn't have all technologies like what we have. And so, yes, this climate change, Africa, at the moment, of course, the struggle is how to invest in greening the economy, and of course, to be able to mitigate against the impact. But of course, this is again, for climate change is a global issue. And the geopolitics is going to make it very difficult for the global cooperation on this issue. I've seen, for instance, a number of delegations coming to China and others saying, okay, we may not agree on other issues, but let us agree on how we can work together on climate change. And we support that. And this is exactly the same thing that we said, even when it comes to what countries like BRICS are doing, that when it comes to issues like, say, climate change or food security or sanctions, the countries will always come together for a solution.
Yeah, many think that it is not fair for Africa and our brothers and sisters in Africa to bear the brunt of the climate change, because after all, it is in the industrialized countries, in the developed world rather, who are contributing to the lion's share of ozone layer polluting and damaging carbon dioxide, which to a large extent resulted in what we're witnessing today, extreme weather patterns, the change of our climate. There are so many issues I want to get your opinions on. China International Import Expo, or CIIE, is the world's largest national level import-themed expo. In fact, it is proposed by President Xi Jinping himself, announced by him a couple of years ago. It also features Hongqiao Forum, which is striving to be China's own Davos. What do you anticipate from this year's event to be taking place in Shanghai later this year?
I have participated in 2 of such events before, and the outcome for Africa has been great. And this, of course, shows in numbers, because if you look at trade that is taking place between China and Africa, China, as we mentioned earlier on, is a trading partner of Africa #1 for the last 14 years, 15 years, indicating the strength of that cooperation. And of course, events like this make it easy for Africa to access the huge market in China of 1.3 plus billion people, but huge economy also, because China economy is now almost 20 trillion. Whereas Africa, if you look at the totality of Africa, big as it is, 1.3 billion people, the GDP is about 3 trillion. But if you look at Africa, it may not be very much visible in terms of the GDP itself, but Africa has huge resources, and Africa has got potential, particularly in the area of exports, which has always been having a challenge, where those countries, for instance, in agro, they subsidize a lot in global north. And so this opens cooperation, and I've seen a lot of trade now opening up. I mean, I've seen, for instance, in the recent past, Africans now accessing Chinese market, just like China has also access to African market.
Vice Chairman Mwancha, thank you so much for joining us from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you for your time. I'm coming back again.
Thank you, Wang.
And with that, we come to the end of this edition of The Hub. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Meng Guan in Beijing. Bye for now.
is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
The world's 5 leading emerging economies are meeting in Johannesburg, South Africa for the 15th BRICS Summit. The 5 BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, will discuss cooperation in various fields, new growth opportunities and sustainable development for the Global South. Leaders of 5 BRICS countries will give their opening remarks to kick off the summit. You're now watching CGTN's special program on the BRICS Summit. I'm Wang Mengmang in Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping has just held talks with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa in Pretoria. Now, this is President Xi's 4th state visit to South Africa. During their meeting, Xi cited the long-standing and fruitful collaboration between the two nations over the years. He highlighted milestones such as the establishment of the Confucius Institute in Durban. Emphasizing the deep-rooted friendship and shared ambitions of both countries, Xi Jinping expressed China's desire to push its comprehensive strategic partnership with South Africa to a higher level. Our reporter Zhao Yunfei in Pretoria has been following the latest.
The awarding ceremony really honored President Xi Jinping's contribution to the relationship between China and South Africa. You can certainly see that a series of documents of cooperation has been signed. This is very productive agreement between the two countries. In his speech, President Xi Jinping mentioned that the two countries should keep a high degree of mutual trust and support each other in key issues so that the two countries can cultivate win-win development. And then he also spoke on behalf of the relationship between China and the rest of the African countries, as well as the countries of Global South. He mentioned that China will safeguard the interests of developing countries, and the country is devoted to its cooperation with the Global South, no matter how the global landscape has been changed. Now, speaking of cooperation and win-win rather than confrontation, that's the major theme for the upcoming BRICS summit. And the whole world is looking forward to see how the BRICS members and their friends is working together to cope for a world, a new type of world governance, which is currently dominated by the West. Now, President Xi also said that he will co-host a forum, a dialogue between leaders of China and African countries. And President Xi said that that will put a strong impetus into the ties between China and African nations.
That's Zhao Yunfei following the latest for us from Pretoria. And now let's get some more insights on President Xi's visit. And we are pleased to be joined by Professor Zhang Gung from the University of International Business and Economics. Professor, thank you for joining us on our special program. So quite an eventful first day of President Xi's visit to South Africa. There was the welcoming ceremony, the award ceremony for President Xi on this Order of South Africa, which is the highest honor to be given to people making contribution to the development of the country. And then the two heads of state also witnessed the signing of important cooperation documents. I want to get your thoughts on the proceedings so far today as President Xi is welcomed to South Africa.
Well, thank you very much for having me, Mama. I think, so far so good. There's a series of events that President Xi has participated. It appears he's very busy right now over there. We have to keep in mind this is not just about a BRICS summit. President Xi is also making a state visit to South Africa. I think the news are coming out about details of these agreements signed by the two sides. I think what's probably more informative from my perspective is the article President Xi just published in a newspaper in South Africa, describing and talking about a very comprehensive way the issues facing Africa and China, and particularly the relationship between China and South Africa. I think it's very informative. It lays out a lot of content that will be serving as a guiding elements for the future relationship between the two countries.
Sure, and during talks with his South African counterpart, Cyril Ramaphosa, President Xi said that China is ready to push the bilateral relations, the comprehensive strategic partnership, to a new level. Help us understand the significance this relationship carries and what would be the driving forces to take it to the next level.
Well, I think in a way, South Africa is very special from the African continent's perspective. It's the largest economy. It's also serving a leadership role from a political perspective on behalf of the entire Africa continent. South Africa is the only African member of the BRICS forum right now. It's China and South Africa also has a very special relationship. South Africa is China's largest trading partner on the African continent. The special relationship goes back many years, as actually mentioned by President Xi in his article, that this relationship can be traced back to the African National Congress fighting apartheid in those days. It's a very special relationship, and I think when we talk about the next level, I think it goes beyond just a bilateral relationship, in a sense that South Africa and China plays a particular role on a global stage, asserting global influence in terms of representing the global South, in terms of speaking for Africa, particularly from Africa's perspective. So I think it's in that sense that the two countries form strong relationship in fighting for multilateralism, in fighting for the voices from the global South, in fighting for peace and prosperity belonging to the developing world. I think these are the kind of things that President Xi is talking about.
Right, and as we said before, this is President Xi Jinping's fourth visit to South Africa in his capacity as the Chinese president. And this visit comes as the two countries are celebrating 25 years of diplomatic relations. Help us understand some of the most notable achievements between the two countries over the past 25 years, if you were name a few.
Yeah, well, I think first of all, it's the economic relationship. South Africa is the country which sees the largest amount of investment from China. I can just mention a couple of auto joint ventures in South Africa. Joint ventures to make solar panels, which is becoming more and more important in terms of serving the electricity need, energy need in Africa. And a couple of other very important ventures. From a trade perspective, that goes without saying that China and South Africa have a very strong trade relationship. So these are from the economic perspective. But I think even from the perspective of global politics, China and South Africa cooperate very closely on a range of issues. Important issues. We are the strong defenders of multilateralism. We're also the strong defenders of the what I call the neutrality camp. In this conflict in Ukraine, I think this is actually very important. The West is exerting a lot of pressure on other countries, and in a way also accusing China of being siding with Russia. I think both South Africa and China, as the representative of the BRICS countries, as a representative of the emerging market countries and global South in general, stand firm in terms of maintaining their neutrality position.
Right, and both President Xi and President Ramaphosa spoke about the level of trust, not just political trust, but also understanding and trust between the peoples of the two nations. President Xi particularly spoke about witnessing the establishment of the Confucius Institute at the Durban University of Technology. And just a few days ago, he replied a letter to, from faculty and students from that institute, encouraging them to make further contribution to bilateral ties. What role do you think people-to-people exchanges play in help facilitating and enhancing bilateral relations and facilitating understanding between the peoples?
Well, this is actually extremely important moment. I've been teaching these courses to mid-level to higher level government officials from Africa for some time. And one of the questions often raised in my class is with respect to the difference between what China is doing today versus, in the old days, the colonialism initiated by the European countries. I mean, there's a lot of acquisition emanating from Europe, emanating from North America, saying that what China is doing today is no different from the colonists did many years ago in Africa. European colonists did many years ago. I think a defining difference is exactly what you're talking about: the people-to-people exchange. Chinese companies go to Africa not just to trade, not just to make investment. Behind this is also very strong level of people-to-people exchanges between China and African countries. I myself, for example, have quite a few African students, and this is no coincidence that Chinese universities have established Confucius Institutes across continent, African continent, to help African people to learn Chinese, to get better versed in Chinese culture. Our university, my university, University of International Business and Economics, maintains a Confucius Institute in Lilongwe in Malawi. There are many examples like that, and I think truly I can say that African people are really enamored with Chinese culture. Just from interacting with my own students, just by reading the stories of a lot of African students studying China. This is very common in my view, and I think it works both ways. In that China is able to get exposed to the African people, what the Chinese culture is all about, and the African people also get a chance to see what's happening in China, particularly about the economic development story in China. My PhD students are very interested in the China development model, but I've always warned them that don't copy things verbatim. You have to take your own statistics into consideration. So anyway, these are the kind of things that a country, that two countries or the African continent countries and China can interact on the same equal footing. We are not going there acting as colonists. We are equal peoples, and we have good feelings towards each other, and that's a beautiful story in my view. Not just an economic story, but also it's also a story of better exchanges and understandings between peoples across continents.
And sure, greater people-to-people exchanges will help shape a more sophisticated perception of the peoples of both nations. Thank you so much for your analysis, Professor Zhang Gung. Appreciate it. And now let's go live to our Johannesburg studio for some more on the untapped potential that BRICS can unlock. I want to now hand things over to Perina Karibe. Over to you, Perina.
Well, Wang Mang, thank you very much. It's been a really busy day here. The summit officially got underway today, and there's been very many discussions that have come up as the day has progressed. It's not over yet, still lots more to come, at least for the next 2 days. But we do have with us in studio Tembisa Fakude. He is a Senior Research Fellow, Africa-Asia Dialogues, to just help us unpack some of the topics that have emerged as these conversations continue. So, Tembisa, thank you very much for your time. Let's begin with the hottest topic right now, and that's the expansion of the BRICS. Now, we know that the heads of state of the 5 member countries are supposed to discuss a framework to accommodate this expansion. How should that framework look like, according to you?
Well, I think it's going to have to reflect the needs and the wishes of the 5 member countries. And I heard some people talking about putting some requirements in terms of how the possible additions should behave. We know that many of them that are coming in are accused of various things, including suppression of individual rights in their own countries. So that's probably going to be one of the discussion. But again, I think the most important thing is going to be the name. Are we going to be called BRICS Plus, or is it going to be BRICS S something, or whatever it's going to be called? But I think that's also a discussion that's going to be part of the deliberations.
Right, but I also think also there is a very keen interest on the criteria that will be used to determine who gets to join and who doesn't. What do you think that criteria will be like?
Well, as I've said, I think it's an important one, because already you have people, particularly those that are skeptical of BRICS, accusing BRICS of admitting members with checkered past in terms of human rights and individual individual rights of those countries. So I think that's going to be a main discussion, because if not, it's going to be unnecessary attention to BRICS. So I think these members will look at ensuring that whoever comes to BRICS is not a country, number one, that's led by a coup leader, which is likely, that has had certain processes that indicates a good governance within those countries. So I think those are the kind of issues that are going to be discussed.
Right, so looking at Africa, of course, there's been a very keen interest. We know that more than 30 heads of state and government from across the continent are said to be attending this summit. Why is there such a keen interest in joining BRICS by African countries?
Well, African countries have been shortchanged for decades. And I think BRICS brings that breath of fresh air in terms of their own economic participation and political independence. So that getting away from the normal, it's very important, and that's what the Africans are looking at. And BRICS seeks to be presenting a BRICS bank, and it also presenting an alternative BRICS currency. How that's going to look like, we'll have to wait and see. But what the leaders have started talking about is the ability for the African countries to trade with their own currencies, and I think that's more attractive.
Right.
And I think that's what makes many Africans to be more attractive in this deliberation.
And you know, that brings me to my next question, because we also know there's the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I mean, that's still in its formative stage. And so some would ask, isn't it a bit premature, maybe, for the African countries to want to belong to BRICS while they haven't yet operationalized the AFCFTA? What do you think?
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with this parallelism that we see. We don't have to wait for one train to take off before the other one comes. So I think the Africans, what they're doing is they're joining both, practically becoming swing states or swing African states. But at the same time, having said that, I don't think they will alienate the current economic platforms such as IMF, the World Bank. I think they'll continue working with them. But BRICS brings that alternative, and then I think the Africans are more attracted to the new alternative, which might make trade much more easier and politics much more easier.
Right, and so I think one of the things we have to appreciate, even as they talk about the expansion of BRICS, is that these countries have these varying differences in terms of growth rate, in terms of even the size of their economies. Some of the grievances, especially African countries, have had with their traditional trading partners is that there is a trade imbalance. So how do they ensure that this problem is not transferred into the BRICS once they expand it?
Well, that's going to be an interesting question, isn't it? And I think it requires a much more bigger economic workshop on how they're going to go about doing that, because many of these countries, including South Africa, has, to an extent, punched way above its weight in terms of its population and economic size. So that's one very, very important question on how these countries are going to participate and compete, by the way. If you're going to have a BRICS bank, one expects that at least there's supposed to be equal share in terms of contribution to the bank. But I don't think the Africans and those countries that are intending coming in from Africa can actually afford.
Right. And also, you know, Africa is joining at a time there's also quite a number of challenges that Africa is facing: insecurity, terrorism, a weakening currency, and also, just talking also about food insecurity in general. So some might be curious to know, what is it Africa is bringing on board as it joins this trade bloc? Yeah.
Well, Africa is bringing on board raw material. Africa is bringing on board edible land. Africa is bringing on board very young and enthusiastic population. And Africa is bringing the sunshine, which is what I think many of these countries need. So there's a lot that Africa is bringing. But for me, in particular, are the young people that we continue seeing crossing the dangerous waters of the Mediterranean, seeking opportunities elsewhere. So these kind of opportunities, I think, will, keep the young Africans in the continent. But it's also human resources is essential in terms of economic advancement. So that's an advantage. But importantly, raw material. We know, for example, we've heard that France will be going through load shedding because of their disturbance in terms of extracting the uranium from Niger. So those are the kind of things I think that Africa is going to be bringing in, raw material, which is essential to global economic development.
Right, but let's talk also about the impact this BRICS, expanded BRICS, will have on the countries that will join. Talk to us about that and how they can leverage on that opportunity to grow themselves as emerging economies.
Well, importantly is that being part of BRICS is prestige. South Africa has been the only country for Africa in BRICS. Now we get a chance of adding these other countries. So it brings that prestige. But importantly, the ability to network at an informal level, a lot of things can be agreed before you go to a serious multilaterals that are binding. So Africans now have a place where they can negotiate, where they can lobby, where they can talk about their own economic advancement and ambitions in BRICS before they reach other multilateral levels. So this brings, to an extent, power behind the bargaining capabilities of Africa henceforth.
Well, so let's talk also about the bank that you talked about, the New Development Bank. This isn't new. It's been there since 2015. How do you rate that bank as of this moment, its performance so far? What do you think?
Well, so far it's been dismal for Africans. We haven't seen much happening, but we've seen people showing interest in terms of lending from the bank. And one hopes, of course, that as the bank expands, it's going to get more revenues and reserves for it to be able to borrow and give Africans a chance to expand. But so far, I mean, Africans really cannot say much, except for a few countries, including South Africa, that have advanced or approached the bank for possible assistance. And I think that's what makes BRICS also attractive, is that the smaller countries that have been for years exploited by the likes of the IMF and the World Bank now have got an alternative, and hopefully the BRICS Bank is not the BRICS Bank, the New African Bank. We know it as the BRICS Bank. The New African Bank is going to be lenient enough not to continue the exploitation that Africans and other Asian countries have endured over the years.
Okay, do you look at it as an alternative, a firm alternative to the traditional centralized Western system of funding, as we've known the World Bank and the IMF, for instance? Is this what we can look at as an alternative to that?
Well, that's what I like to believe, and that's what many Africans would like to believe. That is this is an alternative lending platform. It's not the IMF or the World Bank, but it's going to be much more, as I've said, lenient to African conditions, and it will understand what Africans need. So it will be very disappointing, of course, if the New Africa Bank behaves in a similar manner that the other two known lenders have behaved over the years. So I think that's what most Africans are looking at.
Okay, and speaking of, there's also this very interesting topic about trading in local currencies, for instance, and this is something that is expected to come up in this summit this year. How do you see that shaping up? How soon, for instance, can this be implemented? And also, what are the dynamics that have to be put in place to make this a reality?
I think many African countries are beginning to do so. And it's a welcome development that Africans, it will ease trade, number one, that Africans can now begin to trade with their own currencies. We don't have to go and buy dollars and come back to pay Botswana, who's next door. We can use rands and the pullers to trade. So it's a welcoming trade, and I think it's going to facilitate business. And it's going to facilitate, especially young business people entering this market who don't have to necessarily, adhere, be subject to this stringent dollarization that has dominated African economies and business. So if this does succeed, I think it's interesting times ahead for African economies. Interesting times indeed.
So let's talk about the trade itself within the bloc. I mean, there is emerging challenges, and for instance, I would give an example of South Africa, which has complained about poultry dumping from Brazil. As the bloc continues to trade and grow investment amongst its members, how does it deal with such challenges, as it also seeks for the individual member countries to protect their own national interests?
Well, that's a difficult one, because most of these protection or protectionist strategies that have been amplified and implemented by these countries are national in its nature. For example, the continuation of subsidization of poultry in Brazil. So do you tell the Brazilians to stop subsidizing their farmers? In South Africa, we are also looking at subsidizing some of our agricultural products to ease the business. So there has to be some kind of discussions, but those discussions are already taking place, by the way. The World Trade Organization has been having the discussions on the subsidization of agricultural products for a very long time. So I think there's going to be some parting of heads between the member countries, because the people comes first. So I don't think Brazil will stop subsidizing its poultry. No, South Africa will stop the discussions of subsidizing its agricultural products, because they want to look attractive and export as much as they can.
All right, thank you very much for those insights. We had in studio Tembisa Fakude, Senior Research Fellow with Africa-Asia Dialogues, and Wang Mangbang, just to throw it ahead from now, at between 5 and 6 p.m. local time in South Africa, we do know that there's the BRICS Business Forum Leaders Dialogue that will be taking place. Of course, all the heads of state of the 5 member countries will attend. President Putin of Russia will do so virtually. And then we know between 6 and 8 p.m. local time, the BRICS Leaders Retreat, that's a welcome dinner by South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa, will be taking place. There will be conversations, of course, happening amongst the heads of state there, and some possible topics of discussion are the expansion of BRICS, coming up with a framework of guiding that principle or the process, and also the adoption of local currencies.
Yeah, packed agenda there. Thank you so much, Perina Karibe, for us from Johannesburg. And also following the latest for us is our reporter Sunye. She joins us live from the summit there. Sunye, good to see you. So, of course, the 2 heads of state, they acknowledged milestones of bilateral relations. And now, what are some of the common expectations from the BRICS summit, where the 2 heads of state are expected to address a broader audience? I mean, leaders of the BRICS economies as well as their delegations.
Yes, that's a very important topic, but more importantly, we are minutes away, maybe before the most important session for the whole day. Now, we are here at the BRICS Business Forum. We are expecting the 5 leaders of the BRICS countries to give statements shortly. The moderator just told us they will be arriving here very shortly, and the 5 leaders from the BRICS countries, they are each going to make statements, and we believe those statements will be made in the order of South Africa, Brazil, Russia, India, and finally China. Now, this is of course the most important speeches we've been looking forward the whole day. We've been here the whole day and hearing all kinds of discussions between BRICS people from the BRICS countries, from all across the industries, and those are really just setting up to the big moment that we expect to be arriving shortly. Now, we've been here waiting for a few minutes now. You will see everyone is anxious. The music is quieting down because we are expecting the leaders to arrive shortly. And again, the moderator said the leaders, they have been coming, they are right now on their way to this convention center from different parts of the city, and we do expect them to arrive very shortly. Mama.
Yeah, and Sunya, also Perina just now gave us a preview of the events that's expected to happen for the rest of the day. What else can you tell us about the specific events?
So for this BRICS business forum, it has been going on for a whole day now, and people from, of course, the BRICS countries and so many from across the African continent, they've been sharing their experiences and experiences very honestly throughout the day. Now, this morning we've heard many from this Chinese delegation share their best practices and also sharing their lessons learned the hard way in operation. And some of the people here, they've been telling us they experienced a very high level of trust when talking with their BRICS counterparts. And just now, setting the scene for this afternoon's very important statements from BRICS leaders, which we're expecting to happen in a few moments. The chair also addressed each other as brothers from China, brothers from India. So I guess that's the atmosphere we are feeling right now. Mama.
Well, thanks so much, Sunya. Of course, excitement is building up there in Johannesburg, and we'll certainly bring you live coverage of that. And now let's take that conversation further. I'm pleased to be joined here in our studio by Mr. Teng Jianchun. He's director of the Diplomacy Studies Center at Hunan Normal University. And thank you so much for joining us, Professor, on our program. So as we heard right now, the theme of the 2023 BRICS Summit is BRICS and Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism. How would you understand this theme, and how does it tie in with the complexity of the intertwined issues shaping the world political landscape?
Yeah, at least after 3 years of COVID-19, we are facing a very difficult time for the recovery of our society, of our economy, of trade. So I think at this moment, this summit will give some roadmap to the cooperation in various aspects. For example, the trade and the economic cooperation. I'm sure the leaders will discuss these issues and will give some clear-cut, direction for the countries in BRICS and also in the world.
It's been 15 years since the BRICS bloc was established in 1998, and now it's grown in size and, of course, influence. Right now, it represents a third of the world's population and about 30% of the world's GDP, and that number is expected to rise even further in the coming years to about 50%. What would you say about the influence that this grouping carries, not only for facilitating development for the developing countries, but also to the rest of the world?
Yeah, we are facing two roads at this moment, or we are approaching a crossroad at this moment. For example, some countries would like to, insist on the unilateralism and by the tariffs and by the blocks made by some specific countries for their own interests. And at this moment, I think the BRIC countries will give some, roadmap for the cooperation. For example, how can we deal the unilateralism? We insist on the, bilateralism, multilateralism, and this is actually the only way for the international community to think about how can they, face the current challenge and to have a good developing road. So I think for China, I'm sure we would like to share our achievements, and we would like to share our views of point and for the development of the countries and for the development of the whole international community.
Sure, and Mr. Teng, also joining our discussion is Professor Zhang Gung. He's joining us live via Skype from Tel Aviv, and he's from the University of International Business and Economics. Well, Professor John, to what extent do you think that the BRICS mechanism could open up space for African nations to pursue common economic development?
Well, the BRICS mechanism primarily represents the developing world. Right now, there's only one country from the African continent, that's Africa. And reportedly, there have been other members of the African continent are interested in joining the BRICS forum. For example, it is reported Egypt is one example. Ethiopia has also expressed interest, and maybe some other countries as well. I think it's actually quite necessary and also quite legitimate to see some more representation from the African continent. In terms of the world governance, Africa doesn't have a very strong voice, and I think certainly the BRICS forum, is one venue where the African continent can voice their opinions to represent their interests. So I think, it's, as I said, it's a very legitimate request that more representation from South Africa should be coming to the BRICS forum. And my guess is that we probably will see maybe one member from the African continent, provided that the current members will eventually agree with an expansion plan with a sizable number of countries joining the BRICS forum.
And also during his meeting with his South African counterpart, Cyril Ramaphosa, President Xi Jinping called for the independent approach of a nation's development. For example, he called for African unity within the framework of the African Union. Mr. Tang, what would you say about this independent approach to seek development?
Yeah, this is actually a very complicated world we are facing now. For example, some countries would like to use unilateralism to, develop their own interests for some specific countries. But at this moment, I think the developing countries like Africa, South Africa, China, and Russia, India, Brazil, they can get some, new, approach for the development, for the independent development. For example, to cooperate, to have some good ideas, consensus on the cooperation. So I think at this moment, all the countries in the world should think about the way how can they have an independent policy and independent road to their own development, not just to follow the suit of some major powers or take the power politics as the foundation for their policy making.
And having said that, though, even though seeking an independent growth path is important for countries, for BRICS economies, and then there's also a need for solidarity among this grouping, of course. So, Professor Gong, how would you analyze the need for solidarity, and what are some of the shared interests for member economies?
Well, I think we have to be honest to face the fact that there are indeed dissenting voices within the BRICS forum right now concerning some issues, not all issues, but some issues there is indeed some disagreement. And I think with the potential expansion of more membership into the BRICS forum, it would be natural to see voices of dissent on some issues. But I think overall, there's this fundamental interest that all the developing countries, that are all the global South countries, all commonly share. That is the need for peace. That is the need for an environment where each country has the right for their own development. I think President Xi mentioned in his article that China, for example, China and South Africa, should be champions of common interests. For that, by that we mean that it's sort of about a coordination, not confrontation. Both sides representing the developing world would have to stand up, in my view, to the global, the giants, the powers of the West, in terms of calling the shots on international affairs, global matters, without heeding to the call of the voices from the global South. And I think it's in this regard that China and other developing countries share a common interest.
Well, the relations between China and African countries could be seen as a prime example of global South cooperation. And China says that the global South should place development at the center stage of its international agenda. So, Mr. Tang, why is cooperation with the global South so important for worldwide growth?
Yeah, historically speaking, we share the same, history. For example, the liberation, the independence, in 1960s and 1970s. So I think this is actually historic background for us to understand such cooperation. Right now, we should continue such a momentum because we have the same consensus and we have the same job to go ahead. For example, the economic cooperation and also the cooperation in international affairs. So I think from historic, perspective, we should cooperate, and from the today's situation, we should cooperate in various aspects because we share the same destiny. We share the same future.
Thank you so much for sharing with us your analysis, Mr. Teng Jianqun and Professor Zhang Gong. You're now watching our special coverage of the events leading up to the BRICS summit. Stay with us. As bilateral cooperation continues to expand, the Bank of China and South Africa's Industrial Development Corporation have signed a memorandum of understanding that will benefit projects both in South Africa and other countries.
The Industrial Development Corporation and the Bank of China today signed a memorandum of understanding in terms of which we are going to cooperate in the promotion of economic development between our respective countries. Now, the first thing to mention is that this MOU is meant to promote investment in South Africa. So the Industrial Development Corporation, the IDC, is in the process of raising capital support, funding support from the Bank of China in order to invest in many projects in the sectors of manufacturing, in the sectors of mining, in the sectors of energy, in the sectors of agriculture, amongst others. So, in the first instance, the Bank of China is prepared to support the IDC to an amount of over 5 years, just over 10 billion rand. This is under the auspices really of this BRICS platform, which is a strong platform for promoting development between our two countries for the benefit of the people of China, for the benefit of the people of South Africa, but also many, many other projects that we are doing across the whole of the African continent, looking at mining projects in Zambia, in the DRC, for the production of these new minerals that are required for energy transition, agricultural projects in East Africa, in Tanzania, in Kenya, and so on, as well as big energy projects in the gas space, in hydrogen, both in Namibia and in Angola.
China Unicom is the chair of China Digital Economy Working Group of the BRICS Business Council. And Meng Shu-sen, the chairperson and CEO of China Unicom Global, said the working group of BRICS nations have a heartening level of trust and honesty with each other. And she also told CGTN Sun Ye that she expects milestone growth in digital economy.
We can see this kind of trust has become more and more deep on our platform. Yes. So I believe it's very important to have very frank, open, and thorough communication to the things we all think they are important.
Has there been any consensus in digital economy growth? And if so, what are the consensus?
This year we figure out 4 important key areas. First is infrastructure and connectivity. The second one is the emerging technology. The third area we figure out important is skills and capacity building. How to promote innovation, how to create good environment for entrepreneurship. So this topic is the 4th topic. So I think this year, Digital Economy Working Group meeting, BBC Forum, before the BRICS Leaders Summit is very, I think it will become a new milestone in BRICS cooperation. So when people, after 3 years of pandemic, when we sit together, we really have deeper trust and deeper understanding of each other.
What would you say are the biggest lessons and experiences that China and South Africa are sharing?
So in this meeting, together with our South Africa counterparts, have reached to consensus that we will have a specific team working on the submarine cables to see how can we set up new projects to connect China, India, and South Africa and all the BRICS countries through submarine cable project. I just share one practice in yesterday's open session with our South Africa colleagues. That is, we built a platform called Unicom Village platform. So through this platform, we create all the administrative village in China, and through this platform, we enable villagers to do smart agriculture. They can, through this platform, they can have the big data, so they can know the market trends, so they can plan their next year's gardening project very accurately to the requirements of the market. So it's very good. So this kind of platform, new digital platform cooperation, they are very interested, because you know South Africa is a big agriculture country.
And to some other aspects, education cooperation amongst the BRICS countries has grown significantly over the last decade. Several programs have been initiated in a number of fields, including science, innovation, and technology. Now, skills development and knowledge transfer is also growing steadily between the 5 member nations. CGTN correspondent Sumitra Naidu sat down with Anil Suklau, the BRICS ambassador at large, to find out more about the alliance's work on education.
The education track has become one of the very successful tracks, and as you rightfully observed, it was under our chairship in 2013 that we felt it was important to create a track for the Ministers of Education to meet and focus on how we can cooperate in terms of enhancing education cooperation. Apart from the ministerial track that was formalized, is the decision in 2013 under South Africa's chairship to create the BRICS Think Tank Council together with the academic forum. The Think Tank Council serves as the umbrella for the academics to also meet, and they had a very successful meeting, both the Think Tank Council and the academic forum, in May this year in South Africa. So you have 2 tracks that's very focused on education cooperation. But also the science, technology and innovation track is heavily focused on education as well. Under South Africa's chairship this year, one of our key focus areas is on education and developing skills for the future. How do we use BRICS cooperation in terms of skilling for the future, in terms of the challenges posed by new technologies and the future of work. The annual meeting of Ministers of Education has seen the cooperation expand, not only in terms of dedicated programs where we look at exchanges in the area of education and what each one of us are doing, and looking at new innovations and how technology can be used as a platform in enhancing the education, especially of our youth. In South Africa, we have benefited tremendously from this. We also have a Young Scientists Forum, where we provide a platform and dedicated scholarship and funding from BRICS countries for our young scientists to also meet and have the possibility of joint research, joint collaboration and exchanges. I've been on 2 state visits to China. President Zuma and President Ramaphosa visiting Huawei. And on both occasions, they offered us 1,000 training slots each. And we have taken up that. And of course, the Huawei campus here is a massive campus because it's the headquarters for the African continent. It has been one of those success stories of technology transfer, skilling our people. So I think what has happened in terms of the cooperation, it has cemented the need for us to work closer together, to assist each other in terms of our development, and they know South Africa's needs in terms of skills and education. And that is why you find an increasing number of students that have gone to China. They increase every year, to India, even Russia. We have students doing nuclear science in Russia. The same in Brazil in terms of both the technological and agricultural sector. We have a vibrant exchange. So what BRICS has done is cemented this cooperation and concentrated this on areas like skills development and education.
climate change, economic uncertainty, and food insecurity. As the world faces multiple challenges, heads of state of BRICS nations and 55 African countries meet in South Africa with a common goal to promote multilateralism and sustainable development. CGTN will bring you in-depth reports and comprehensive analysis on one of the largest gatherings of developing countries. BRICS Summit 2023. Building an inclusive world.
All right, now let's get some more analysis on the BRICS Summit, and let's get back to our guests here, Mr. Teng Jianchun and Professor Zhang Gung. So as BRICS leaders are getting ready for the summit, a lot of discussion is on membership expansion. Some countries are against it, some countries are for. Disagreements is happening not only within the bloc, but also from the other parts of the world. I'd like to get your thoughts on this, Professor Gong. Why do you think there's disagreements over absorbing new members into the bloc, and what does that say about the bloc's influence?
Well, I will say things from what I've read so far. I think reportedly there are up to 40 countries that have applied for membership at the BRICS. India stands to be, reportedly India stands to be opposed to a great expansion, although I think its foreign minister recently said that India is open to that. I think what India is coming from is probably the concern that we'll be losing influence in a much larger, enlarged BRICS. I think that's what it's coming from. Also, there's some disagreement, I guess, from what countries should be asked to join the BRICS. Russia has its own candidate countries. I guess Brazil and China also have their own preferred countries to be expanded. So I think it's all natural, as I said, that there might be some disagreement about how many countries will be expanded into, and what are these countries that will be invited into the BRICS. And this is all okay. I think it's up to the dialogue. It's up to the discussion among these 5 member countries to decide the 2 issues we've been just mentioning. One is with respect to the number of countries to be invited, and second is what are these countries. My view is that if you ask me to make a bet, my bet would be definitely we will see an expansion this time, I think. I'm quite confident that that will happen. But I don't think it's going to be a very large expansion. Certainly not going to be 40 countries. That's not going to happen. Maybe 3 or 4, maybe 2 or 3. I don't know. Maybe just a few. And also, I think regarding what countries might be joining. My feeling is that it's going to be scattered around the world. It's not going to be just concentrated in one region. One might be coming from Africa, one might be coming from South America, one might be coming from Asia, Southeast Asia. I think the countries that are high up at the list include Argentina, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia. I think these are the countries probably most likely to join this time. And that's just my 2 cents. But it's all very speculative at this point. But based on what I've read and based on my own analysis, I think that's my recommended scenario that might happen eventually.
And the fact that 23 countries have already applied for full membership of BRICS is pretty remarkable. They've seen the achievements and they would like to share the benefits of growth. Now, Mr. Teng, what should be some of the criteria for accepting new members? Because some countries say we couldn't rush the process.
Yeah, to my understanding, the expansion of BRICS should be, on the top agenda for any, individual member state of this mechanism. For example, China would like to expand this mechanism, and Russia, South Africa, and Brazil, of course, would like to expand this mechanism. But I think there should be some principles. For example, number 1, I think, should be the consensus for the member state. They should reach such a consensus for the expansion. And second, what the purpose for such expansion is only for the enlargement of the groups of the bloc, or for the cooperation in various sectors, for example, in industry, in agriculture, in education, in finance. So I think there should be some principles for the BRICS to have a new member state.
Right, and then there's a long list of countries applying for full membership. Professor Gong just gave us some prediction of the possible scenarios of membership expansion. Now, if we look at the list, Argentina, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates are among the nations that have formally asked to become full members. Mr. Tang, do you see a pattern from these countries, or do you think of something else that could have motivated this support?
First, I should say the mechanism of this kind actually just gets a very positive response from countries like Argentina, from Iran, because they would like to be a member state of this mechanism for their own development, and they can get more and more benefit from such a cooperation. So I think these countries would like to have such a full member state, and of course they share almost the same vision for the cooperation in various aspects. So I think these countries, of course, have already got some benefit from the cooperation, but they would like to be a full member state of this mechanism.
Right, and earlier in the day, during our discussions, another scholar expressed his concern about expanding too quickly. He was referring to China's accession into the WTO, which was a very lengthy process. And he said that a lot should be taken into consideration, a lot of balancing act, of course. So, Professor Gung, from your point of view, how can BRICS expand more responsibly?
Well, I think there's a little bit of a difference here. WTO has more than, I think, about 190 some membership. And the rule is that every country has to approve it. One single country can veto everything. Certainly, there's a saying that when I was a PhD student, we have to pass the oral defense exam. There's a saying that it's like, you have a dissertation committee members, and it's like driving these pigs into the gate at the same time. I'm not saying that WTO member countries are pigs, but you get an analogy here. But when it comes to the BRICS, there are only 5 countries. So the consensus has to be made for a new country to be admitted. I think it's a lot easier when you have only 5 countries. I think probably the more important principle is with respect to the representation issue. Now, after all, the BRICS is all about representing the global south, representing the developing world. So how much of a representative is the BRICS mechanism? That's, I think, probably the overdriving question here. Certainly, I think, there got to be a member from the Arab world, for example, either being Saudi Arabia or UAE, or maybe even both. There got to be, some more countries from Africa. Egypt is a strong candidate in that regard. So I think, my message is that, there's this issue about representation, and I think that's probably the more important principle than anything else.
And there are concerns that by expanding too quickly or by absorbing too many members, it wouldn't be BRICS anymore. So why not just come up with some other kind of platform, Mr. Tang?
Yeah, I think the most important arrangement for BRICS should take the efficiency of such a mechanism on the top agenda, and I'm sure all the countries will think about the efficiency for such expansion. If you look at the development of BRICS, actually such a mechanism has already set up a good example of win-win cooperation. So I think the expansion or the enlargement of BRICS should be following such suit to go ahead to make it more efficient and make more effective for the development, for the expansion.
And then there are voices believing that the BRICS grouping has become a counterweight to the Western-led economic framework, for example, the G7 and the G20. So what will make an expanded BRICS different from these groupings?
Yeah, I think number one, we should think about the tendency of our development of the world. For example, the globalization of world economy and the multipolarization in international politics. So we should follow the tendency of our world development, and we should, enhance the cooperation in dealing with the various challenges. For example, the COVID-19. I don't think any individual country can meet such a challenge, can deal with these challenges. We should cooperate in this regard.
Professor Gung, what would you say about this? Will an expanded membership of the BRICS pose a challenge to the existing Western-led groupings, for example, the G20 or the G7?
Well, G20 is a little bit different. G20 is indeed a combination of developing countries and developed countries, but G7 is definitely, world's club of the richest countries, and they have their own agenda, they have their own values, they have their own interests, and you look at the way they deal with the rest of the world. I mean, these 7 countries band together, issue a kind of a statement. Essentially preaching to the rest of the world and how things should be going. And this is totally wrong. And I think, BRICS represents the first step in standing up to this kind of condescending, arrogant attitudes towards the rest of the world. Just by these countries being more developed, having a higher GDP per capita, do not ordain them to issue orders to the rest of the world. When they talk about rules-based order, for example, what does it mean by rules-based order? By whose order? By whose rules, right? So I think this is a totally unfair world. As a legacy of a previous world that is dominated by the West, that is dominated by colonialism, by slavery, by these plantations, coffee plantations and sugar plantations, I think the shadows of this very dark chapter in human history still looms very much, and I think the very existence of G7 in a way testifies to that phenomenon. So I think it's very important that the BRICS countries, being the first step, standing up to this to this kind of a condescending and arrogance, and I think when President Xi talked about exerting global influence. This is exactly what it's all about. The global South needs to have their own voice in global governance over a range of issues. It needs to the world needs to hear their voice and heed their call, and also represent their interests as well. So I think it's in this sense that a little bit of expansion of the BRICS serves that purpose, serves that the direction that the world is moving towards.
Mr. Tang, people or countries in support of BRICS expansion say that by absorbing new members, the BRICS will actually make a greater pie, a bigger pie, and then you can get a bigger share from that pie. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, that's right. I think this is actually the main purpose for the countries to think about to be a full member state of this mechanism, and the BRICS country would like to get more and more friends in this regard. So I think this is actually a win-win cooperation for the international community, and also I'm sure the BRIC countries and the other countries would like to share their common interests and share their achievements in various industrial economy, and also in dealing with the challenges like the COVID-19. So I think we can have a lot of good examples in this regard. For example, the cooperation in fighting against COVID-19, and China has contributed greatly to give some logistic support for some other countries in Asia, in Africa, and even in South America. China would like to share the achievement. China would like to share the experience in fighting against the COVID-19.
Sure. Well, gentlemen, as we speak and as we continue our extensive coverage, the leaders of the BRICS economies are already arriving at the main venue for the summit in Johannesburg. And of course, we're going to bring you live feed from that event later on in our program. And as we have been continuing our coverage throughout the day, earlier in the day, Chinese President Xi Jinping was paying a state visit, and he was being welcomed in Pretoria by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. And then, as our reporter mentioned just now, there's going to be the leaders will be arriving at the venue. They're going to kickstart the summit, and then they're going to make their respective speeches addressing a broader audience, leaders from the BRICS countries as well as the delegations. So, Mr. Tang, what are some of the expectations on this summit? Will the two leaders and the leaders of other BRICS countries get their main messages across?
Yeah, I think this is a very important meeting between the two leaders. I think, number one, I think the two countries will give more discussion on the cooperation in industry, in finance, and of course, in regional affairs. So this is a very important step. And the second, I think, in terms of the cooperation between the two sides, there are a lot of complementarities, for example, in industry, and we would like to give more support for the infrastructure in Africa, especially in South Africa. So I think the two leaders will discuss the in-depth cooperation in infrastructure, in finance, in agriculture, in industry. So I think they can give more detailed, plans for the cooperation in various sectors.
We spent a lot of time talking about membership expansion, but certainly there are other items on the agenda. For example, the world is watching whether BRICS countries will be able to come on the same page when it comes to major international issues. For example, the crisis in Ukraine, and then the expanded cooperation between China and Africa as Global South cooperation. Professor Gung, what are some of your expectations from this Business Council meeting?
Well, I think, first of all, let's talk about Ukraine. I think, many countries in the South, in the Global South, are very much in the neutrality camp, just as like China. And I think this is a time for them to stand together, to say to the world that it's okay to be in a neutrality camp. It's not sort of on a moral lower ground because of doing that. I think it's fully justified that countries like China and other countries in the Global South keep maintaining normal trade relationships with Ukraine as well as Russia. Granted, China's trade with Russia has increased very fast, but on the other hand, China is one of the largest trading partners with Ukraine as well. I mean, if you look at the, I just give you one example. If you look at the Black Sea grain shipment agreement, China has the largest share, accounting for about like 25% of the total shipments of grain out of Ukraine. China buying so much grain from Ukraine makes a great contribution to the Ukrainian economy. Let's not forget about that. Now, about your question about the relationship, economic relationship between China and Africa, and I think first of all, the most important issue is, as we all know, it is about China's investment and building of infrastructure in Africa. And if you think about this, I mean, this is really something that Africa has never seen before. I mean, the Europeans has been in Africa for over 300 years, and what have they achieved? Practically nothing, right? Other than exploiting people, colonizing people. But what has China achieved in the last 30 years in Africa? We brought bridges, we brought schools, we brought electricity networks, electricity generating companies, factories, new airports, railways. All these critical infrastructures are over there in Africa, standing and serving its purpose. This is, China has brought a huge, big change, transformation of Africa. We all know without these infrastructures, Africa, cannot grow, cannot trade with the rest of the world. And I think, this is a defining achievement, describing the relationship between China and Africa. and there's a lot of criticism about China's Belt and Road Initiative in Africa, but at the end of the day, it's up to the Africans to determine and to say whether the Belt and Road Initiative serves their purpose. And I think, so far, especially as manifested at this summit, at this venue in Johannesburg, there's a resounding yes answer from Africa. That the African people welcome Belt and Road Initiative, welcome these infrastructures. They enjoy the railroads, they enjoy the telecommunications and electricity networks. So I think in this regard, this summit serves a great purpose of furthering and enhancing the relationship between China and these countries in Africa.
Right. Well, there are some specific points you touched on, Professor Gung. For example, the energy and food crisis going on not only on the African continent, but also around the world. Mr. Tang, what are some of the specific areas that BRICS nations could work together to facilitate global governance to help address these risks regarding global energy and food security, as well as climate change?
I'm sure the BRIC countries would like to be involved in the mediation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine at this moment. For example, China has already sent delegation and representative to relevant countries for the peaceful negotiation, if possible, for the two sides. So I think at this moment we should find a peaceful solution, because the conflict, actually almost all the countries in the world have already paid the price for such a disaster, and especially the food shortage there, and especially for African countries and the countries in the Middle East. So I think number one job if the BRIC countries can do, I think, is to find a peaceful solution for the parties concerned, to sit down to talk about the final solution of the dispute.
Right, and President Xi also stressed innovation and cooperation last year among BRICS countries. What are some potential areas for further technological cooperation, Professor Gong?
Well, I think China definitely is more advanced than Africa in terms of technology, in terms of high-tech areas, and I think cooperation between the two sides can contribute greatly to Africa's own economic development and technology development as well. There are many examples like that. For example, China has been helping African countries to build modern universities, to build polytechnical universities. And I can give you some examples that I'm familiar with. For example, in Malawi, where the country, our university, my university, University International Business Economics, has a strong presence. We have a Confucius Institute there. In Malawi, for example, there's an entire university in the south. I think in southern Malawi, China helped Malawi to build a brand new university, almost 100% funded by China. I think it's called the Malawi Science and Technology University or something like that. This is just one example, and there are many examples across the African continent of that nature, that China is helping African countries to build modern universities and modern engineering and science departments. In medical science, for example, China has helped African countries to build many, many hospitals across the land. These areas of cooperation are, exactly the kind of examples you're referring to. If you ask this question, what China can gain from all of these activities, right? I think, in addition to helping Africa, in terms of, in addition to, winning people's hearts over there, I think probably a more important purpose is that, science and technology development in other countries contribute to the advancement of the entire human race as a whole. For example, just this pandemic serves a very good example. When African countries, African peoples are better equipped in terms of fighting diseases, fighting viruses, some of these viruses can be contained, or some of the viruses emanating from the Amazon, from the tropical lands in Africa, can be contained locally, right? We can avoid a scenario of these viruses spreading to the rest of the world. So I think it's not just out of kind of a selfish own interest purpose. I think there's even a higher a moral obligation for Africa, for China to help African countries to develop its own science and technologies.
Professor Zhang Gung and Mr. Teng Jianqun, thank you so much for your analysis. We'll be getting back to you in just a moment. If you've just joined us, this is our special coverage of the BRICS Summit, the 15th BRICS Summit, set to take place in South Africa moments away. We'll be back right after this.
Climate change, economic uncertainty, and food insecurity. As the world faces multiple challenges, heads of state of BRICS nations and 55 African countries meet in South Africa with a common goal to promote multilateralism and sustainable development. CGTN will bring you in-depth reports and comprehensive analysis on one of the largest gatherings of developing countries. BRICS Summit 2023. Building an inclusive world.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has held a welcome ceremony in Pretoria earlier Tuesday for Chinese President Xi Jinping. The Chinese leader arrived in the country ahead of the BRICS Summit. Our reporter Zhao Yunfei has been following the latest.
I'm in South Africa's administrative capital, Pretoria. Behind me are the Union buildings where President Ramaphosa has held a welcome ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping. The red carpet rolled out for the high-level reception of the Chinese leader. President Xi's state visit at the invitation of President Ramaphosa promises to mark a new chapter in the comprehensive strategic partnership between the two countries. The Chinese and South African presidents are celebrating 25 years of diplomatic relations between the two countries. South Africa also holds the distinction of being the first African country to sign on to China's Belt and Road Initiative. The two countries firmly support each other on their respective core interests and closely coordinate on major international and regional issues. President Xi was honored with the Order of South Africa medal after the meeting. The leaders of the two countries also oversaw the signing of several agreements on cooperation. The meeting has been held prior to the upcoming BRICS Summit in Johannesburg, which will be the first in-person summit for the organization in more than 3 years. President Xi says he hopes the trip will chart a new chapter of ties between the two countries. Zhao Yunfei, CGTN, Pretoria, South Africa.
And my colleague Jiao Yang earlier spoke with the ambassador of South Africa to China. He explained Africa's role in this year's BRICS Summit and why the BRICS mechanism is attractive to many other countries.
As you see, the theme we've chosen is an appealing theme. Let's look at key things which we can do as developing countries. When you say partnership, I like to stress BRICS is a partnership. It's not a bloc. We're not competing with any other blocs. We're a partnership for development. We're a partnership for inclusive multilateralism. The first thing that we agreed with our BRICS partners for this year's theme, that let's prioritize what you call just energy transition. We're developing countries. We're still using quite a lot of fossil fuels, but we're quickly transforming this by adding renewable energies. But how do we do that in a manner that doesn't compromise your own people and transform their skills so they can adapt to new technologies? We're sharing those skills. We're saying we must help the world to recover from the pandemic. We're saying let's talk peace and multilateralism. Let's reform the UN's global governance system, including UN, to be inclusive, and even pushing the issue of the role of women, particularly in peace processes. We believe if we can involve more women in peace processes, our peace processes will be more stable than the current system. So those are good things which we are saying for the BRICS partners moving forward. That's why there's so much interest about people want to join the BRICS because of direct benefits of BRICS.
In an interview, CGTN correspondent Lyusa Milenkovic asks Vladimir Ilyichev, Russia's Deputy Minister of Economic Development, about the growth opportunities BRICS is bringing to its would-be member countries.
Hello, and thank you very much for talking to the Chinese national TV CGTN. It is evident that many countries around the world are interested in becoming members of the BRICS. Why is that? Why the BRICS is so attractive to other countries?
Well, firstly, it is in fact a new architecture of the multipolar world. The BRICS is attractive because it is an organization that is built on new principles. On the principles of equality, and the members of the organization are the largest economy in the world. Moreover, these are developing countries whose economies are growing very actively. First of all, of course, it is China and India, which not only have a very large economy, but are also countries with the largest population. These are very large markets. The economy of these markets complicates its structure every year. New industries are growing in them. Now they are very technological industries, not just the traditional export industries. Well, it is a very attractive platform for discussing possible new rules and principles of interaction, at the same time on terms of equality and not on the terms that can be found in other organizations. Regarding the new joint currency, at first there may be some benchmarks, some agreements on the currency or a basket of currencies, and the creation of payment systems that will allow payments to be made between the BRICS countries with a certain set of solutions that will allow the exchange rate to be correlated. In any case, the BRICS countries are actively developing trade in their national currencies, and from our point of view, this will gradually lead to the fact that, if not a fully fledged currency will appear in the BRICS system, it will take too much time, then some quasi-instruments will be used for settlement between countries.
While monitoring the Amazon rainforest and other ecosystems is a big challenge for Brazil. But the nation's partnership with China has supplied key technologies, including satellites, to fulfill this mission. Our correspondent Paula Cabral spoke to the head of Brazil's space agency about the country's future plans and its collaboration with China.
China is a key partner in Brazil's space program, with several satellites already built and launched in a collaboration between the two countries. Monitoring the environment is one of Brazil's key concerns, but the president of Brazil's space agency, AEB, told CGTN that the long-term plans are much broader.
É uma parceria que hoje faz 35 anos, se você considerar que o acordo foi assinado em 88, então é uma parceria de longuíssimo prazo, né, de longa data, né, e que já produziu 6 satélites em cooperação com a China. Isso é um acordo sul-sul que é exemplar no mundo, é apresentado como exemplar no mundo.
How do you envision the future of this partnership between Brazil and China?
O presidente Lula recentemente foi à China e assinou o primeiro protocolo para a continuidade do programa com mais um satélite Sibers, um satélite um pouco diferente. Nós até hoje fizemos satélites ópticos com a China, se me permite, de uma forma muito simplificada, quase caricatural, é uma grande máquina fotográfica colocada no espaço. Grosseiramente seria isso, os nossos satélites ópticos. Os satélites radar, não, eles são de uma natureza diferente, eles fazem imagem também, mas utilizam tecnologia radar, o que dá outras características à imagem. O nosso interesse, em particular, é a capacidade de penetrar através das nuvens.
In what specific areas beyond satellites development and launch do you think there could be potential for this partnership to develop?
O nosso grande interesse é no meio ambiente, mas não é exclusivamente nisso. O meio ambiente é uma expressão muito ampla, né? Ela envolve questões de desmatamento, mas ela envolve questões hídricas, ela envolve questões do oceano. Pode haver planejamento urbano, são grandes questões que podem ser endereçadas pela área espacial. E essa parceria com a China nos ajuda nisso daí. Nós temos uma cooperação muito importante para nós com a China na área do chamado clima espacial, que não envolve necessariamente satélites, mas que envolve o uso de dados obtidos a partir de sensores que você tem em terra, né, e que olham para o espaço.
And now still talking about international cooperation, which is very important in space programs. Brazil is part of the BRICS group of...
Okay, happening right now, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa is delivering a speech at the BRICS Business Forum. Let's listen in.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, honorable ministers and business leaders, and Your Excellency, President of the New Development Bank, Ms. Dilma Rousseff, I greet you all, and it's a great honor to have this opportunity to participate in this leaders' session of the BRICS Forum. I particularly want to thank Mr. Sim Tshabalala for the report that he has just given, and particularly underline and appreciate the message that is coming from all of you as business leaders about the immense opportunities that you see in investment across the BRICS countries. The BRICS group of countries exists not only to strengthen government-to-government relations, but also to forge stronger ties between the peoples of our 5 nations. It is for this reason that several bodies have been established since the BRICS was formed to enable cooperation across society, be it in business, be it in political parties, be it in the social sector, and also in the sporting sector. The BRICS Business Council is a vital and vibrant platform for strengthening economic ties between our respective countries and in forging common perspectives on inclusive economic growth and development, as we have heard from the report that has just been tabled by Mr. Tshabalala. The changes that have taken place in BRICS economies over the past decade have done much to transform the shape of the global economy. Together, the BRICS countries make up a quarter of the global economy. They account for 1/5 of global trade and are home to more than 40% of the world's population. This agglomeration of these 5 countries has a major impact on various aspects of the global activity and life. As we celebrate the 15th anniversary of BRICS, trade between BRICS countries totaled some $162 billion last year. Foreign investment has played an important role in the growth of BRICS economies. Total annual foreign direct investment into BRICS countries is 4 times greater than it was 20 years ago. However, the new wave of protectionism and subsequent impact of unilateral measures that are incompatible with WTO rules undermine the global economic growth and development. We therefore need to reaffirm our position that economic growth must be underpinned by transparency, by inclusiveness. It must be compatible with a multilateral trading system that supports a developmental agenda, the type of developmental agenda that the 5 countries that are members of BRICS have embraced right from the onset. We require a fundamental reform of the global financial institutions so that they can be more agile and responsive to the challenges facing developing economies. In this respect, the new development bank, established by BRICS countries in 2015, is leading the way. Since its formation, it has demonstrated its ability to mobilize resources for infrastructure and sustainable development in emerging economies without conditionalities. Earlier, before coming into this session, I was speaking to the president of the New Development Bank, and she was outlining to me how ready and willing the New Development Bank is in terms of supporting the development agendas of various countries. And we applaud this, and we appreciate this. BRICS economies have emerged as powerful engines of global growth. Yet the rapid economic, technological, social changes underway create new risks for areas such as employment, equality, as well as poverty in many of the BRICS countries. It is quite heartwarming to hear you as business people, as one listened to Mr. Chabalala's report, also focusing on issues such as poverty reduction and elimination, and inequality as well. It isn't often that you hear such very positive and forward-looking messages from the business community. So it's wonderful to be in a forum under the aegis of BRICS that you as business leaders are in tune with the developmental agenda that needs to be pursued to lift the people who live in BRICS countries and beyond out of the ravages of poverty and inequality. We therefore call on the business community to join hands with us to identify solutions to these and many other challenges affecting our respective economies. From a South African perspective, there is massive untapped potential for investment in our country and indeed on the African continent as well. In recognition of this potential, the theme for this 15th BRICS Summit is BRICS and Africa, the partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. Africa is a continent of great opportunity in industrialization process in a variety of sectors. This continent is rich in the critical minerals that will drive business success in the 21st century. The continent has resources of lithium, vanadium, cobalt, platinum, palladium, nickel, copper, rare earth minerals, rhodium, and many others. And these are the minerals that abound and are driving economic activity across the world. African countries have made it clear that the investors of choice are those who will come and invest in our continent, but also process the resources here, close to source, so that...
Well, that was live feed from Johannesburg, where South African President Cyril Ramaphosa was addressing the business community in the lead up preceding the BRICS Summit. So now, Mr. Tang, I want to get your analysis on this. Certainly messages of hope, confidence, as well as an aspiration. What kind of growth opportunities do you think that the 15th BRICS Summit would bring to member countries?
Yeah, I think at this moment all the leaders will discuss the roadmap as we discussed just now, and this is very important because the member state, I mean the 5 countries at this moment have no fundamental political obstacles for cooperation, and this is very important. And the second, I'm sure we are approaching new stage for the recovery of our economy and for the recovery of the social life. And there are a lot of opportunities for the BRIC countries to think about, to enhance, to have in-depth cooperation in various, for example, in finance, in infrastructure and construction. And of course, we can give some other countries good example. For example, the countries in Africa, in Middle East, and in South America, they can join the cooperation. Even they are not a full member state of BRICS, they can share the experience, good experience for the social development, and they can share the achievements of the BRIC states. So this is actually a very crucial moment, especially after 3 years of COVID-19.
Right, and then another hot topic on the agenda is perhaps de-dollarization. A lot has been said about, the getting rid of the dependence on the American dollar. What would you say about the future of this trend, and how would member countries react to this ongoing phenomenon?
I think the BRIC countries can give some, new, mechanisms to the international community for a more equal and more fair play in finance, in trade, and economic cooperation. And of course, U.S. dollar now is still the strong currency in the world. I don't think in a short time such a role will be placed by some other currency, for example, Chinese yuan, and some other currency in Africa, in India, in Russia. So this is actually slowly growing tendency for the international community. Of course, the U.S. dollar actually has become weaker and weaker at this moment, and of course the countries would like to have more fair and square play in trade, just use the independent currency. This is actually a long journey for the international community to have a more equal and more fair system of the finance.
Yeah, and having said that, Mr. Teng, the new development bank, which is the BRICS Bank, one of the key objectives is to finance for urbanization and sustainability, sustainable development. Why would financing be playing such an important role in financing these two aspects?
I just talked to the officials in Shanghai 2 weeks ago from the new development bank of BRICS. So they all said this is a good example for the member states to cooperate and for the international community to share their achievements. For example, there are a lot of requirements for the investment in some other countries, especially after the COVID-19. And China, of course, would like to have more and more investment, and Brazil, India, and South Africa would like to have more and more investment. That might be a driving force for these countries. So I think they can give more and more money, more and more investment, because they can get some complementary, arrangement for the, good use of the money and for the investment.
Sure. And now, Mr. Teng, let's also talk to Professor Zhang Gung, joining us from Tel Aviv. Well, Professor, we were talking about one of the key subjects, de-dollarization. I want to get your thoughts on this. Why is this being discussed by member countries right now?
Well, I'm listening to South Africa President's speech, and I think I only hear one word from that whole speech. That's the word about development. He lays a lot of emphasis on the development in Africa, and he specifically talk about the financing issue. He called out the incumbent international financial organizations, and he's saying that there has to be a fundamental change in these financial organizations. And he also mentioned NDB, the new development bank, which is the BRICS Bank, and he specifically said that the financing from NDB doesn't have any conditionality. I mean, that's the original word he uses. So I think, you know, this speaks volume about the difference between NDB and other West-controlled financial organizations like the IMF, like the World Bank. So I think that's a very big message out there. The second thing I think I've heard from him is regarding the natural resources in Africa. He said that Africa has a lot of opportunities. It's a very resourceful continent. There's all kinds of useful and important metals and other earth materials that are driving the development of the new economy. And he said that you know, he's asking for the processing of these resources closer to the source, which means that processing of these things in Africa, not just ship these mineral materials away from Africa. I think, you know, this calls for investment opportunities. This calls for creating jobs in Africa and all kinds of opportunities along the value chain. And this is exactly what China's been doing, actually. So I think in this regard, you know, his message is indeed, you know, pointing to a vision that China shares with the African countries regarding the dollar issue. And I think it's already happening. If you look at the financing by NDB, a sizable portion of the financing of these loans written by NDB is already in local currencies other than the US dollar. So I think in a way it's already happening. I think, you know, there's a trend towards de-dollarization, especially among the global south. We will see more and more countries trading using currencies other than the US dollar, especially in regional trade. And we're also seeing a trend towards you know, investment staying away from US dollar. I think, you know, this is all it's driven not just by these countries, other countries who have been essentially victimized by the fluctuation of the dollar or sanctions imposed by the United States government. It's also the making by the U.S. government itself, following, you know, God knows how many sanctions are being imposed on a lot of countries, and how the United States government has been weaponizing the dollar in achieving its own political agenda.
Right. All right. Now let's also go live to the scene where Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva is delivering a speech at the BRICS Business Forum.
I'd like to salute President Ramaphosa, President of South Africa. I'd also like to give my greetings to the ministers, the NDB President, Comrade Dilma Rousseff, also the business people here in attendance. And I'd like to, above all, salute the South African government for hosting this business forum. I'd like to also say how pleased I am for sharing this event with the other leaders of the BRICS countries. I would also like to thank all the business people in attendance, particularly the Business Council Board, which is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Establishing partnerships among the private sectors is a very relevant dimension for the BRICS, and which gives life and continuity to relations between the countries. Since the first summit of heads of state and government, our share in the global economy has been increasing. We have surpassed the G7 already, accounting for 32% of the world GDP in purchasing power parity. Forecasts indicate that emerging and developing markets are the ones that will show the highest growth rate in the coming years. While, according to the IMF, while industrialized countries are expected to grow by an average of 2.7% in 2022, dropping 1.4% to 2024, the projected growth for developing countries is of 4% for this period. This shows that the dynamism of the economies in the global south and the BRICS is its driving force. Brazil's, the BRICS international foreign stock increased 370% between 2022 and 2029 and 2022, and then today almost 400 companies from the bloc operate in Brazil. After 6 years of standing still, Brazil is going to create quality jobs again. It's going to fight poverty again and will increase the income of Brazilian families. 2 weeks ago, I presented the new PAC, Growth Acceleration Program. The plan provides for resuming suspended projects, accelerating ongoing projects, and also selecting new projects. It is a comprehensive program with many opportunities that may be of interest of investors from BRICS countries. We hope to mobilize $340 billion for modernizing our logistics infrastructures with investments in motorways, railways, waterways, ports and airports. We will also give priority to the generation of solar and wind power, as well as biomass, ethanol and biodiesel. We have immense potential for generating green hydrogen. We shall establish partnerships between government and the business community in all areas through concessions, public-private partnerships and direct contracts. In order for investment to grow again and drive development, we need to ensure more credibility, predictability and legal certainty, as well as political and social certainty for the private sector. For this reason, I have advocated the idea of greater financial integration, where we could have a new reference unit which would not replace our national currencies. The financing needs, the unmet financing needs of developing countries remains high. The lack of a substantial reform from traditional financial institutions limit the volume and the credit modes offered by existing banks. The decision of establishing the new development bank represented a milestone in effective collaboration among emerging economies. Our joint bank must be a global leader in the financing of projects that address the most pressing challenges of our time. By diversifying payment sources in local currencies, increasing its partner network and its membership, NDB constitutes a strategic platform to promote cooperation between developing countries. In this strategy, engagement with the African Development Bank will be central to this. At the multilateral level, the BRICS stood out for being a force that works in favor of a fairer, more predictable, equitable global trade. We cannot accept a greedy neocolonialism that imposes trade barriers and discriminatory measures under the guise of protecting the environment. As of December, Brazil will hold the G20 presidency. The presence of 3 BRICS members in the G20 Troika will be a great opportunity for us to move forward on issues of interest to the Global South. We already have South Africa's participation, but the group's representativeness may be increased with the entry of the African Union and other countries of the continent.
Well, that was Brazilian President Lula da Silva addressing the business community and, of course, BRICS leaders there at the BRICS Business Council Summit. And now let's hear from our guest here. President Lula da Silva called for greater financial integration. Professor Gung, what exactly does he mean by that, and what role could the business community play in this process?
Yeah, this is actually a good, example or good topic for the BRIC countries to think about how can they, have in-depth cooperation in finance. As we discussed just now, the South African president just gave some, areas, for example, the mineral materials for some other countries to, join together to have some exploration and to have some investment. That means the job and also the economic development and the social development. So I think this time the Brazilian president also gave some areas for investment and for the financial cooperation. This is actually a new step, a new stage for the BRIC countries to continue their cooperation in various areas, especially in finance and in economy.
Right, and then Professor Gung, President Lula da Silva was also calling for a fair, more equitable financial institution. What do you make of that?
Well, I think his speech resonates the message delivered by South African President Ramaphosa, essentially talking about the same thing, that the current incumbent of international financial institutions would like to make these loans based on a set of very stringent and I think in their words very unfair conditions. I think President Lula was talking about changing that, and he's also referring to the new development bank's practices of not doing anything of this nature at all. So I think the messages from the two presidents are very much similar. I think there's a fundamental unfairness, there's a fundamental disadvantage associated with these financial institutions when it comes to financing development projects in developing countries. And I think the developing world, represented by South Africa and Brazil in this case, are fed up with that and they're speaking out for this. So I think this is a very strong message to the West. We all know that the World Bank is pretty much controlled by the United States. The IMF is pretty much controlled by the European Union. They have to change in order to be relevant to the developing world. And I think they should be able to get the message tonight. This is a really, really strong message from two presidents of one of the strong economies in the emerging market world.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your analysis. And now one case study from Brazil. Monitoring the Amazon rainforest and other ecosystems is a big challenge for the country. But the nation's partnership with China has supplied key technologies, including satellites, to fulfill this mission. Our correspondent Paulo Cabral spoke to the head of Brazil's space agency about the country's future plans and its collaboration with China.
China is a key partner in Brazil's space program, with several satellites already built and launched in a collaboration between the two countries. Monitoring the environment is one of Brazil's key concerns, but the president of Brazil's space agency, AEB, told CGTN that the long-term plans are much broader.
É uma parceria que hoje faz 35 anos, se você considerar que o acordo foi assinado em 88, então é uma parceria de longuíssimo prazo, de longa data, e que já produziu 6 satélites em cooperação com a China. Isso é um acordo Sul-Sul que é exemplar no mundo, é apresentado como exemplar no mundo.
How do you envision the future of this partnership between Brazil and China?
O presidente Lula recentemente foi à China e assinou o primeiro protocolo para a continuidade do programa com mais um satélite Cibers, um satélite um pouco diferente. Nós até hoje fizemos satélites ópticos com a China, se me permite, de uma forma muito simplificada, quase caricatural, é uma grande máquina fotográfica colocada no espaço. Grosseiramente seria isso, os nossos satélites ópticos. Os satélites radar, não, eles são de uma natureza diferente, eles fazem imagem também, mas utilizam tecnologia radar, o que dá outras características à imagem, O nosso interesse, em particular, é a capacidade de penetrar através das nuvens.
In what specific areas beyond satellites development and launch do you think there could be potential for this partnership to develop?
O nosso grande interesse é no meio ambiente, mas não é exclusivamente nisso. O meio ambiente é uma expressão muito ampla, né? Ela envolve questões de desmatamento, mas ela envolve questões hídricas, ela envolve questões do oceano, pode haver planejamento urbano, são grandes questões que podem ser endereçadas pela área espacial. E essa parceria com a China nos ajuda nisso daí. Nós temos uma cooperação muito importante para nós com a China na área do chamado clima espacial, que não envolve necessariamente satélites, mas que envolve o uso de dados obtidos a partir de sensores que você tem em terra, né, e que olham para o espaço.
And now still talking about international cooperation, which is very important in space programs. Brazil is part of the BRICS group of countries. Russia and India are also part of the group, have important space programs. South Africa also has got a space program. Do you see potential for partnerships within the BRICS countries beyond Brazil and China?
Nós, dentro do BRICS, ou seja, considerando o conjunto dos países, o que incluiria a África do Sul também, o Brasil, a China, a Índia e a Rússia, né? Dentro desses países nós já temos iniciativas em andamento, né? São iniciativas, não vou dizer modestas, mas ainda iniciando, né? Que são iniciativas de trocas de dados. Todo mundo tem satélites em órbita, por que esses dados não podem ser usados de maneira comum? Então essa é uma primeira iniciativa, já existe, já está funcionando.
Now, as BRICS leaders are continuing to address the business community in Johannesburg, we want to circle back to a previous discussion. Professor Gung, let me get back to you on this issue. You talked about the unconditional offering of the new development bank, that's the BRICS financial institution. And then besides the level of generosity, what other differences do you see that separate the new development bank from the other world financial institutions, for example, the World Bank, the IMF, or the AIIB?
Well, one of the minor things I can think of is the cost. I mean, World Bank is expensive, to be honest with you. You know, their experts would travel on first-class flights, stay in five-star hotels. You know, financing from World Bank is very expensive. But you know, this is probably a minor issue. Probably the more important issue, in my view, is that sometimes the World Bank imposes these conditions that are political in nature. You know, way you know, on the order of even intruding into a country's sovereignty. You know, this is actually very troublesome, I guess, to a lot of politicians in Africa, and also other developing countries. Another a difference that I can think of is that sometimes you know, the World Bank and IMF preaches these policies that are not necessarily working. You know, there are some examples I can point to. The World Bank, for example, in the past, you know, emphasized a lot of.
Well, Professor Gung, I'm afraid we have to leave you there because right now we're going to watch some live signal from Johannesburg, where Russian President Vladimir Putin is delivering an address via video links.
Pleased to greet the government and business representatives, experts and industry specialists who have gathered to this meeting of the BRICS Business Forum. I would like to note that holding such business forums on a regular basis, along with the systematic work of the BRICS Business Council, which brings together top businessmen and heads of major companies of the 5 countries, plays an immense practical role in promoting mutual trade and investments, enhancing cooperation ties, and expanding direct dialogue among business communities, and thus effectively contributes to accelerated socio-economic growth of our states and achievement of sustainable development goals. It is important that this forum focuses on such pressing issues as the post-pandemic economic recovery of the BRICS states, improvement of citizens' well-being, industrial modernization, development of efficient transport and logistics chains, stimulation of equitable technology transfers. These challenges and complex tasks have to be dealt with amidst the increasing volatility in stock, currency, energy, and food markets, coupled with strong inflationary pressures stemming from, inter alia, the irresponsible large-scale money emission by a number of countries seeking to mitigate the effects of the pandemic, which has led to the accumulation of private and public debt. International economic situation is also seriously affected by the illegitimate sanction practice and illegal freezing of assets of sovereign states, which essentially amounts to the trampling upon all the basic norms and rules of free trade and economic life, norms and rules that not so long ago seemed immutable. Resource shortages, increased inequality, rising unemployment, and aggravation of other chronic problems of the world economy are the direct consequences. Prices for food, basic agricultural products, and crops have skyrocketed, and it is the most vulnerable, poor countries that are hit hardest. Importantly, and in this circumstance, the BRICS states have stepped up their interaction, and our joint work to ensure economic growth and sustainable development brings concrete, tangible results. More and more joint projects are launched. Mutual trade is growing, industry contracts are expanding. Above all, our cooperation is based on the principles of equality, partner support, and respect to each other's interests. And that is what is the core of our association's forward-looking strategic course, the course that reflects the aspiration of the larger part of the international community, so-called global majority. The figures speak for themselves. Over the last decade, mutual investments among BRICS states have increased sixfold. The overall investment in global economy have doubled, and their total exports have reached 20% of the world's exports. As for Russia, the trade volume with BRICS partners has increased by 40.5% and reaching the record of 230, even more than 230 billion. And the first half of this year, it grew by 35.6% as compared with the same period in 2022, and it reached $134.7 billion. I would also like to point out that the share of the BRICS countries, with their population totaling more than 3 billion people, now accounts to nearly 26% of the global GDP. And our 5 countries are ahead of G7 in terms of purchasing power parity, with 35.1% against 30% forecast for 2023. The objectives and irreversible process of de-dollarization of our economic ties is gaining pace. We are working to fine-tune effective mechanisms of mutual settlements and monetary and financial control. As a result, the share of US dollar export and import operations within BRICS is declining. Last year, it was only 28.7%. In fact, This summit is to discuss the detail, the entire range of issues related to the transition to national currencies in all areas of economic cooperation between our 5 nations. The new BRICS Development Bank, which has already become a credible alternative to existing Western development institutions, has a great role to play in these efforts. It is only natural that enhancing connectivity and creating new resilient transport routes has become a shared priority in cooperation between our 5 countries. In this context, the BRICS Business Council's initiative to elaborate modern intermodal logistics solutions and develop railway transport corridors is of particular importance. For this part, Russia actively works to redirect its traffic and logistics flows to reliable foreign partners, including BRICS states. Our flagship projects include the Northern Sea route and the new international North-South transport corridor. These 2 major transport routes aim to provide the shortest and most cost-effective trade routes to link major industrial, agricultural, energy hubs with consumer markets. With regards to the Northern Sea route, I would like to emphasize that Russia has already adopted and launched a large-scale, multi-year plan to develop its infrastructure. We intend to build fuel terminals, hub ports, to ensure connections with the road and rail transport. Icebreaking fleet is expanding, first of all by commissioning nuclear-powered vessels that have no analog in the world. As for the North-South transport corridor, it will connect Russian ports of the Northern Seas and the Baltic and with offshore terminals in the Persian Gulf and Indian Ocean, thereby providing opportunities to increase cargo transportation between Eurasian and African countries.
Well, as we saw right there, that was Russian President Vladimir Putin addressing the Business Council Summit in Johannesburg virtually. Really, 15 years ago, when the BRICS bloc was established, it was to capture the collective power of member economies on the world stage. And now the situations have changed, dynamics have shifted, and now we want to hear from our guests, Mr. Teng and Professor Gong. So when President Putin was acknowledging the pressures facing member economies, for example, inflation, as well as volatility from the food and energy markets, how would you identify as some of the shared challenges from member economies? Professor Gong.
Well, I think the most important message from President Putin's speech is really with respect to the currency issue. I mean, he spent a great deal of time to talk about, the inflation, the challenges in the global economy. But he also spent quite a bit of time to talk about, the success story among cooperation within the BRICS countries. And I think probably the most concerning issue to him is what he described as, the sanctions as well as the confiscation of assets owned by a sovereign country. We understand what does that mean. But I think, as I said, the most important issue from his perspective with respect to this currency issue, to talk about the need for a alternative currency. That's all very understandable, based on the fact that Russia is currently under great sanctions initiated by the West. President Putin also, interestingly, talk about 2 logistic issues. One is with respect to the shipping routes around the Arctic. That's my understanding. This is under development, and I think there's a lot of potential for cutting the transportation costs for transports of things between Asia and Russia northern ports. The other thing, of course, is the Russia transportation route to Africa, what he calls the north-south route, I think. And that's also an interesting project. And this is one area that Russia is expecting a lot from Africa to further its cooperations. I think these are the summary messages from his speech based on my understanding.
And Mr. Tong, President Putin was describing the new development bank as providing an alternative to the Western-led financial institutions. Of course, he's pinning his hope on being able to get loans from this bank to facilitate economic recovery in Russia. But would it also be a difficult job for the new development bank to meet the financing needs of member economies?
Yeah, you're right. I think this is a very crucial moment for the BRICS countries to continue the cooperation in finance, because as we discussed just now, this is actually a very crucial moment for any country to recover from the COVID-19 and to find a way out of such dilemma, for example, the slowdown of the economy in each country. So I think if we can have a good cooperation in the new development bank, we can get some benefit. For example, the investment in each country will give more and more jobs and will give more and more improvement of our social life. So I think, as Putin just mentioned, the cooperation in this regard should be put on the good agenda for the BRICS countries.
And of course, numbers tell the story. For example, President Putin also mentioned that the combined, the 5 economies combined would represent 26% of global GDP, and he was also making this comparison with G7 members in terms of purchasing power. Professor Gung, what do you make of this comparison, and what kind of driving forces would be needed in trying to facilitate new momentum in the development of the BRICS?
Well, what he said is actually true. In economics, when we calculate GDP, there's a difference between nominal GDP as well as the GDP based on purchasing power parity calculation. What the latter means is that what's the purchasing power of the value added, or GDP as it's calculated, can afford. In terms of that, the combined GDP of these 5 countries based on PPP calculation is actually larger than the G7 countries. That means that the value added created by these 5 countries has more purchasing power in terms of buying things, and that has been achieved quite some time ago, if I can still remember this correctly. Not just now, a few years ago, GDP of these 5 countries based on PPP calculations already exceeded the G7 countries, and that's a monumental achievement. What it means is that the epicenter of the global economic force is shifting from North America and the European Union area to the developing countries, to the emerging market countries. And I think this trend is going to continue. It's an unstoppable trend based on, in my view, mostly driven by demographics, also driven by the development in these emerging market countries. These countries are seeing their GDP growing much, much faster than the G7 countries. In a developed world, I mean, we're really talking about 2 or 3% per year GDP growth if it has a good year. But these kind of numbers are mediocre numbers in the developing world. I mean, you look at India's GDP growth in the last few years, it's averaging something like 6-7%. In China, it's averaging like 5-6%. And in other developing countries, these are the numbers that we're seeing. So rapidly, the developing world is catching up. And I think, from Putin's perspective, the BRICS 5 countries have already surpassed, already surpassed the G7 countries. But we have to, take it with a grain of salt that we're talking about aggregate GDP, not GDP per capita. In terms of GDP per capita, there's still a very large distance here.
So the BRICS represent a grouping of major developing countries, and then the G7 is, represents the world's richest economies. So, Mr. Tang, if we continue on with that comparison, what will be some of the collective advantages the BRICS countries have to offer?
I think the number one advantage is that we have very fair and square play in this game. For example, the BRICS countries can enjoy the investment and can enjoy the new development bank in various aspects. But in G7, we can see there are a lot of political color on the cooperation. And actually, if you look very carefully on the development of G7 today, actually G7 has already become a political bloc. For example, each time when EU countries would like to impose sanctions against Russia, there should be a meeting among G7 leaders. They, under the leadership of the United States, G7 would like to impose or to exert influence on the decision of EU. So this is a political, bloc. And BRICS, for example, the New Development Bank actually is a trade and economic bank.
Right. Well, gentlemen, if we look back at 15 years ago when BRICS was first established, countries, member economies are very different in terms of their history, their geography, as well as political systems. Let's continue our discussion in just a moment. Let's go live now to Johannesburg. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now delivering a speech.
Excellencies,
leaders of BRICS business community, my namaskar, good evening to you all. I am glad that immediately after arriving in South Africa, our very first engagement is the BRICS Business Forum. First and foremost, I thank President Ramaphosa for his invitation and for organizing this meeting. My heartiest congratulations and best wishes on the 10th anniversary of the BRICS Business Council. In the last 10 years, the BRICS Business Council has played a vital role in enhancing our economic cooperation. In 2009, when the first BRICS summit was held, the world was just coming out of a massive financial crisis. At that time, BRICS emerged as a ray of hope for the global economy. In the present times also, amongst the COVID pandemic, tensions and disputes, the world is dealing with economic challenges. In such times, once again, the role of BRICS countries is important. Friends, despite volatility in global economy, India is the world's fastest growing major economy. Very soon, India will become a $5 trillion economy. There is absolutely no doubt that in the coming years, India will be the growth engine of the world. And the reason for this is that India has converted crises and difficulties into opportunities for economic improvements. In the last few years, we have carried out reforms in mission mode, and these reforms have helped in continuously improving ease of doing business in India. We have also reduced the compliance burden. We have removed red tape and instead laid the red carpet. There has been a boost in investor confidence due to introduction of GST and the implementation of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. Areas such as defense and space that were considered restricted have today been opened up for the private sector. We have laid special focus on public service delivery and good governance. By leveraging technology, India has taken a massive leap towards financial inclusion. The maximum benefit of this has reached our women in rural India. Today, with one click, millions of people in India get direct benefit transfers. So far, more than $360 billion of such transfers have been made. This has increased transparency in service delivery and reduced corruption and middlemen. India has the cheapest per gigabyte cost. Today, in India, from street vendors to large shopping malls, all use UPI, that is, the Unified Payments Interface. Today, India is the country with the highest number of digital transactions in the world. Countries like UAE, Singapore, France are also joining this platform. There are several possibilities of working on this with BRICS countries also. The large-scale investment being done on infrastructure in India is changing the country's landscape. In this year's budget, we have kept a provision of approximately $120 billion for infrastructure. By way of this investment, we are laying a strong foundation for a new India of the future. Rapid changes are coming into effect in all areas of railways, roads, waterways, and airways. Today, in India, new highways are being constructed at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per year. The number of airports has doubled in the last 9 years. We have implemented production-linked incentives with an objective to promote investment and production, with logistics costs reducing. The manufacturing sector of India is becoming competitive. India is amongst world leaders in the area of renewable energy. We are taking active steps to make India a global manufacturing hub in areas such as solar energy, wind energy, electric vehicles, green hydrogen, and green ammonia. It is but natural that with this, India will become a huge market for renewable technology. Today, India has the world's third largest startup ecosystem. There are more than 100 unicorns in India currently in areas such as IT, telecom, fintech, AI, and semiconductors. We are moving forward with a vision of Make in India, Make for the World. All of these efforts have directly had a positive impact on the lives of common people. In the last 9 years, the income of people has increased approximately 3 times. Women's participation in the economic development of India has been significant. From IT to space, from banking to healthcare, women have worked shoulder to shoulder with men and are contributing to the country's progress. The people of India have resolved to become a developed nation by 2047.
Well, as we heard right there, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi was addressing the business community at the BRICS summit, and he said that India was able to turn crises into new development opportunities. Let's hear now from our guests. So, Prime Minister Modi mentioned good governance. He talked about transparency in the system and also the process to cut red tape to make to streamline government procedures and to make investment and doing business with India much more easier. Talk to us, Professor Gung, about your observation of the changes that's happening in India over the past year.
Well, I think this speech is very a boastful speech. I mean, it's almost seems to me like a State of the Union address to the Indian people. It's probably more like talking to the constituencies back at home. But that's okay. I think India deserves to be boastful a little bit. India did actually achieve a lot of things that he's talking about. Particularly infrastructure build-outs, in digital transformation, in clean energies. I think in these areas, as manifest in his speech, are indeed areas where India should be very proud of.
All right, Professor Goh, let's also hear now from Chinese Commerce Minister Wang Wentao, representing Chinese President Xi Jinping. He's going to address the business community there.
Thank you, Minister Patel. It is my great honor to read out the remarks on behalf of His Excellency Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China, at the closing ceremony of the BRICS Business Forum 2023. Your Excellency President Guatemala Cyril Ramaphosa, members of the business community, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I wish to extend my warm congratulations on the success of the BRICS Business Forum in South Africa. 10 years ago here in South Africa, we BRICS leaders witnessed the birth of the BRICS Business Council. Since then, the Council has stayed true to its founding mission. It has seized opportunities to deepen cooperation, contributing to economic and social development of BRICS countries, and helping sustain global economic growth. Right now, changes in the world, in our times, and in history are unfolding in ways like never before, bringing human society to a critical juncture. Should we pursue cooperation and integration, or just succumb to division and confrontation? Should we work together to maintain peace and stability, or just sleepwalk into the abyss of a new Cold War? Should we embrace prosperity, openness, and inclusiveness, or allow hegemonic and bullying acts to throw us into depression? Should we deepen mutual trust through exchanges and mutual learning, or allow hubris and prejudice to blind conscience? The course of history will be shaped by the choices we make. An ancient Chinese thinker observed that following the underlying trend will lead one to success, while going against it can only cause one to fail. We humankind have achieved notable economic development and social progress over the past decades, and that is because we have drawn lessons from the two world wars and the Cold War, followed the historical trend of economic globalization, and embarked on the right path of openness and development for win-win cooperation. Our world today has become a community with a shared future in which we all share a huge stake of survival. What people in various countries long for is definitely not a new Cold War or a small exclusive bloc. What they want is an open, inclusive, clean, and beautiful world that enjoys enduring peace, universal security, and common prosperity. Such is the logic of historical advance and the trend of our times. 10 years ago, I made a proposition of building a community with a shared future for mankind, calling on all countries to build this planet we all call home into a harmonious family. In the face of high winds, choppy waters, and even treacherous storms, we in all countries need to uphold the correct views of the world, of history, and of our overall interests, and act to translate the vision of a community with a shared future for mankind into reality. We need to promote development and prosperity for all. Many emerging markets and developing countries have come to what they are today after shaking off the yoke of colonialism. With perseverance, hard work, and huge sacrifices, we succeeded in gaining independence and have been exploring a development path suited to our national conditions. Everything we do is to deliver better lives to our people. But some country, obsessed with maintaining its hegemony, has gone out of its way to cripple the emerging markets and developing countries. Whoever is developing fast becomes its target of containment. Whoever is catching up becomes its target of obstruction. But this is futile, as I have said more than once, that blowing out others' lamp will not bring light to oneself. Every country has the right to development, and the people in every country have the freedom to pursue a happy life. With that in mind, I have proposed the Global Development Initiative with the goal of promoting development for all by the international community and boosting the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With the support of many countries, solid gains have been made in pursuing this initiative, with cooperation flourishing in various fields. China will work with all other countries to speed up cooperation under the Global Development Initiative, strengthen drivers of global development, promote the reform of the World Trade Organization in a comprehensive and in-depth manner, meet common challenges together, and make life better for people across the world. We need to achieve universal security. Recent years have seen a turbulent world. Many countries and regions are plagued by wars and conflicts, and many people are displaced. Members of the international community share the pressing hope to eradicate the root cause of conflicts and wars and find a fundamental way to realize enduring peace and security globally. Facts have shown that any attempt to keep enlarging a military alliance, expand one's own sphere of influence, and squeeze other countries' buffer of security can only create security predicament and insecurity for all countries. Only a commitment to a new vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security can lead to universal security. Last year, I put forward the Global Security Initiative, and it has gained support from over 100 countries and international organizations. China stands ready to jointly pursue this initiative with all others. We should have dialogue and oppose confrontation, forge partnership but not alliance, and pursue win-win outcome and oppose zero-sum game, and work together to build a community of security. We need to stay committed to exchanges among civilizations and mutual learning. One flower alone cannot make a beautiful spring. Only blossoming of a rich variety of flowers can bring spring to the global garden. Human civilization is colorful by nature. It is precisely because of their differences in history, culture, and system that all countries need to interact with each other, draw on each other, and advance together. Deliberately creating division with the assertion of democracy versus authoritarianism and liberalism versus autocracy can only split the world and lead to clash of civilizations. I've put forward the Global Civilization Initiative, calling for promoting diversity of global civilizations, the common values of humanity, and people-to-people and cultural exchanges and cooperation. China welcomes all other countries to get involved in cooperation under this initiative. We should encourage different civilizations to bring out their best and flourish together. We should break barriers to exchanges and renew human civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, as an ancient Chinese philosopher observes, change is the nature of the universe. The collective rise of emerging markets and developing countries, represented by BRICS, is fundamentally changing the global landscape. Emerging markets and developing countries have contributed as high as 80% of global growth in the past 20 years, and their share in the global GDP has increased from 24% 40 years ago to more than 40%. Just as a line in the Chinese poem reads, "No mountains can stop the surging flow of a mighty river." Whatever resistance there may be, BRICS, a positive and stable force for good, will continue to grow. We will forge stronger BRICS strategic partnership, expand the BRICS Plus model, actively advance membership expansion, deepen solidarity and cooperation with other emerging markets and developing countries, promote global multipolarity and greater democracy in international relations, and help make the international order more just and equitable. The gathering between BRICS countries and more than 50 other countries in South Africa today is not an exercise of asking countries to take sides, nor an exercise of creating bloc confrontation. Rather, it is an endeavor to expand the architecture of peace and development. I'm glad to note that over 20 countries are knocking on the door of BRICS. China hopes to see more joining the BRICS cooperation mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, China stays committed to an independent foreign policy of peace and the building of a community with a shared future for mankind. As a developing country and a member of the Global South, China breathes the same breath with other developing countries and pursues a shared future with them. China has resolutely upheld the common interests of developing countries and worked to increase the representation and voice of emerging markets and developing countries in global affairs. Hegemonism is not in China's DNA, nor does China have any motivation to engage in major power competition. China stands firmly on the right side of history and believes that a just cause should be pursued for the common good. At present, we Chinese, under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, are advancing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation on all fronts by pursuing Chinese modernization. Chinese modernization aims to achieve common prosperity, material and cultural ethical advancement, harmony between humanity and nature, and peaceful development for a huge population. Chinese modernization has created a new form of human advancement and presented a new future of modernization. We hope that other developing countries and draw on the outstanding achievements of human civilizations and find their own paths to modernization in keeping with their national conditions. Achieving high-quality development is a top priority in China's goal of fully building itself into a modernized country. We are committed to applying a new development philosophy and creating a new development paradigm. In the past decade, China has contributed more than 30% of annual global growth. This year, the Chinese economy has maintained the momentum of recovery and growth. China enjoys several distinct advantages: a socialist market economy in systemic terms, a supersized market in terms of demand, a full-fledged industrial system in terms of supply, and abundant high-caliber labor force and entrepreneurs in terms of human resources. The Chinese economy has strong resilience, tremendous potential, and great vitality. The fundamentals sustaining China's long-term growth will remain unchanged. The giant ship of the Chinese economy will continue to cleave waves and sail ahead. China will remain an important opportunity for the world's development. Our door is wide open to anyone who wants to engage in cooperation with us. As a supersized economy, China will remain firm in advancing high-standard opening up. We will continue to expand market access, cut the negative list for foreign investment, and further open the modern services sector. We will steadily improve the business environment, provide national treatment to foreign invested enterprises, foster a world-class market-oriented business environment governed by a sound legal framework, and build a globally oriented network of high-standard free trade areas. We will continue to advance ecological conservation, accelerate the building of a beautiful China, actively and prudently move toward carbon peak and carbon neutrality, and pursue all-round green transition in economic and social development. Going forward, as it endeavors to achieve modernization for its more than 1.4 billion people, China will surely contribute even more to the global economy and provide even more opportunities for the global business community. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, a formidable mission is a magnificent and glorious mission. As long as we work in unity and strengthen cooperation, we will not be intimidated by any risk or challenge on the way ahead, and we will surely steer the giant ship of human development to a brighter future. Thank you.
Well, that was Chinese Commerce Minister Wang Wentao speaking at the BRICS Business Forum on behalf of Chinese President Xi Jinping. And now we want to hear from our guests here, Professor Gung and Mr. Tang. So It was really a message of confidence. There was a lot of talk about the openness and inclusiveness of the Chinese economy and the vision that China hopes to share with the other member economies. Would that be a shot in the arm for economies going through sluggish recovery from the pandemic? Professor Gong.
Well, first of all, let me say, this speech is certainly written for President Xi, and he didn't deliver the speech, but Minister Wang delivered a speech. I wish President Xi well, let me first say that. The second thing I want to say is that, at the beginning of the speech, President Xi's message regarding a couple of very important issues about security, about civilization, I think, and also he mentioned that China's not interested in a great power competition, and I think this is squarely speaking towards Washington, to let people in America, let the Biden administration know China's position on these issues. I think this is the primary concern, the primary challenge facing China today. Later on, President Xi's speech moved on to the economic achievement in China, as well as the implications of that achievement for the rest of the world. He talks about China's continued opening up. He talks about opportunities available to the rest of the world. China's economic growth, contributing to 30% of the global growth. So I think these messages probably resonated very well with the audience in their hall. After all, these are representatives from the developing countries, and they certainly welcome China's economic development and opportunities associated with that development. So I think it's a very important speech. Again, I wish I could hear this personally from President Xi himself, but he didn't speak. So I wish him well, and I hope everything's okay with him.
Well, so in that speech, we could feel that there's a sense of mission, a sense of responsibility. He was elaborating on President Xi's vision, the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, as well as the Global Civilization Initiative, and how these vision could tie in with the different issues, the changing landscapes on the world stage. So, Mr. Tang, what are some of the experiences that China could share with the other member economies of the BRICS group?
Inclusive, as mentioned by our president, I think he put forward several initiatives in recent 10 years, and also he gave some, visions on the changes and the development of the world. So I think this is a comprehensive understanding of the world history and, of course, the current situation we are facing now. And then he gave a very clear-cut description on the world economy and, of course, on China's economy. Of course, China has been very confident in its development and its policy, and also in its foreign, affairs issues. So I think the president just gave a very clear-cut signal to the outside where China would like to continue its open up and reform for the sake not only the Chinese people but also for all the countries in the world. This is actually the core. We call it the common community with shared future.
And also in that speech, Minister Wang, on behalf of President Xi, was speaking about China's modernization drive, as well as hopes for achieving high quality growth. Now, but some of China's experiences are unique to its national conditions. Can these experiences be applied to other economies that's having different political systems and different economic development stage? Mr. Tang.
It's not easy for any country just to copy the pattern or the model of China's development. They can learn something, or they can share some experience with China. For example, our neighbor Vietnam just copied something, and then actually they have learned something from the development, or they can do by themselves. So I think China's experience, China's achievements actually are good examples for some other developing countries to go its own way, to follow the independent road to its development or rejuvenation of the country. So I think this is a good example, but I don't think any country can copy the pattern of China's development.
All right, thank you so much for your analysis, Mr. Tang and Professor Gung. In the meantime, let's hand things over to my colleague Tian Wei, live for us from our Johannesburg studio for some more discussion and analysis. Over to you, Tian Wei.
Thank you, Mama, and also our experts in Beijing. I'm Tian Wei here in Johannesburg in our live studio at the Sandton Convention Center, looking at the latest development of the BRICS economic leaders meeting, certainly, and also listening earlier to the speeches by the leaders coming from the BRICS countries. Of course, the speech given by Chinese President Xi Jinping has been delivered by Mr. Wang Wentao, the Commerce Minister of China. Sitting here with me in the studio, one of my co-workers coming from Africa, Robert Nagila. He is working for CGTN for 10 years, covering China, African continent. Good to see you, Robert.
Thank you very much.
You were running around today, just like all of us, because a lot of excitement in the air. Outside our studio, this is an open air, we could hear the voices coming from different studios, in fact, all over this media center. It's totally packed, even today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd say there's literally hundreds, or if not thousands of people in here. I mean, just the media center alone, I think you've got, it's packed. You've got hundreds of journalists from all over the continent and all over the world here gathered to cover this BRICS
The diversity is really impressive. Let's jump directly into the contents earlier delivered by Mr. Wang Wentao on behalf of Chinese President Xi Jinping. He talked a lot about the philosophical thoughts, of course, about the historical choices that people should make, whether it's confrontation or cooperation, whether it's integration or division, whether it's Cold War or actually peace. So besides these philosophical thoughts, some of the most important components to you and other journalists here in the media center?
Inclusivity. And this is something that President Xi Jinping has been pushing over the last few years. He's been talking about building a shared future for a global community. And you listen to the words in that speech, that's where he is headed. We've had from various leaders, and President Xi Jinping as well, critical of this protectionism that they say is affecting global trade and affecting relations between different people. And they say that multilateralism is the way to go, and that's the direction that the world needs to move in.
Right. Earlier, before Chinese President Xi Jinping's speech, we also heard speeches coming from presidents and prime ministers coming from the other BRICS countries, especially Mr. Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa. As the host country, he spoke very clearly about the visions for the BRICS. He talked about that these leaders are going to go into retreat later this evening and discuss details about expansion and other important topics related to BRICS.
Now, absolutely. We knew it was going to happen in the lead up to this. The whole world was talking about the BRICS expanding. We know that about 23 countries have applied to join it, and it's a huge, huge deal for a number of reasons I'll come to very shortly. But halfway through his speech, President Cyril Ramaphosa then announced to all the delegates in there that at the Summer House Hyde Park this evening during the leaders' retreat, they would all sit down after dinner and discuss this membership that by various countries that have applied. We're talking about Iran, Argentina, and a number of other countries.
Interestingly, in the speech given by Mr. Xi Jinping, delivered by the Commerce Minister of China, there is a specific paragraph dealing with the future of BRICS, and it talks about the expansion of BRICS is not about others to have to take sides, but rather to create, not to create confrontation either, but rather to create bigger voice coming from the global south and from developing emerging economies. This, in a way, Robert, coincides very closely with the earlier joint statement coming from China and South Africa on the achievements being made this time at the state visit by Chinese President Xi Jinping to South Africa. If I remember right, Robert, and please correct me, they have been talking a lot about the streamline of international financial system, the international trade system, how it can be a just system for the developing countries, for the emerging economies.
And that's a very, very important point. There's a feeling from a lot of countries that the West, in particular the US, has been using the financial system to leverage its position and push its position despite others not happy or not on the same line with them, especially when you look at the use of the dollar as the global financial currency. That's one of the other items on the agenda tonight during the retreat that will be up for discussion, decoupling the dollar from this global trade system. Right. We had from the Russian president, for example, President Vladimir Putin, who's not here today, but there was a recorded statement from him where he was very, very clear. He criticized this, what he referred to illegitimate sanctions imposed by other countries on others. He criticized the fact that these countries were able to freeze other countries' assets, and that's one of the reasons why they're pushing for this decoupling.
We see these leaders are coming from different perspectives, and yet on some of the important issues they are likely to discuss with consensus. One of the things, as we earlier mentioned, is about the international financial system. Now, very interestingly, right before the leaders spoke at the business summit, we heard that the business leaders have had their own representative to speak from South Africa. And he talked about enormous debate going on today in Cape Town among the finance ministers of all these BRICS countries and beyond. They talk about whether there should be a BRICS currency, whether there should be more expansion of local currencies being used in international trade and trade among them. And he said there's no concrete yet consensus come into being. I guess this is going to be a continual discussion. Besides the business leaders, the state leaders are also going to jump on that with, of course, the bank head of the New Development Bank.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you put it rightly. This is another item on the agenda that there's a lot of expectation. A lot of people thought that, hey, this would be decided by the end of this summit. No, I think it's going to take a little more time. The New Development Bank, the BRICS Bank, will have shared input in that as well. And we had from the Chief Operating Officer of the Standard Chartered Group here in South Africa, who had some very, very deep comments on that. Yeah. And the use of local currencies in trade between BRICS member states is something that is gaining a lot of support from the current member states and will also gain a lot of support for the incoming members once that happens.
As we are wrapping up the day in terms of news, we see a lot of things going on between China and South Africa. For example, about energy. That in the joint statement, specific sections have been devoted to energy cooperation. To you, what is the most important point?
Electricity, power blackouts, energy infrastructure. We know that South Africa, despite being one of the most developed countries across the continent, has been suffering these huge, huge blackouts daily. And part of the reason for that is mismanagement, but the bigger reason for that is an aging infrastructure across the entire country. This is where China comes in. China's got the technical know-how. It's really developed its own system to a point where it is believed that it can share not just its technical know-how, knowledge, but expertise to help South Africa overcome this challenge.
We see that also pattern, very interesting pattern, being repeated in terms of raw materials and manufacturing. In one of the statements made by both sides jointly, it is about how to tap into the raw material resources of South Africa, for example. For South Africa's advantage, make sure that there will be near the center of raw material productions, there will be manufacturing centers, meaning that the raw materials can be produced in a more sophisticated way in South Africa before it is exported to the other parts of the world, and also including to China as well. This is a very important step many Africans have been looking forward to.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because what China is talking about here is value addition. And it's talking about helping South Africa come up with its own value addition process so that it is able to have an established process here before it then exports its goods out to other countries, which not only creates employment for its people.
Which is extremely important,
very,
by the way.
very important, because that's another area that South Africa has major challenges in. So it creates employment, but it also goes much further than that, because what it does is it contributes towards economic growth as well, which then helps the entire country.
But then comes to the interesting question, how will South Africa also work with the rest of the African continent? Because we see this time it certainly is about the BRICS leaders meeting the African continent. On that point alone, how is that likely to work with the Pan-African process and also with the African industrial zone? How will those work together? That is still something that needs to be figured out in the near future, in the next few days.
Absolutely. Right now, the relationship between China and South Africa is a strategic partnership. But we also know that South Africa was the first country to sign up to the Belt and Road Initiative. It is part of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation. These are two special purpose vehicles that are used for development cooperation across the entire continent. Now, through this, and just to, for the sake of our viewers as well, this is one of the reasons why a lot of other leaders who are not part of the BRICS have been invited to this particular summit, especially those interested in becoming members, because then they can see the benefits of being part of this organization and how it will benefit their countries as well.
Right. We are in a very fruitful day. It's in the middle of it. We're still digesting all the things that's going on today. And I'm sure the rest of the world, the rest of the African continent as well, because a lot of things being divided today will have enormous impact in the near future, particularly among the global south. As we speak, we are sitting in this media center. Interestingly, before we wrap up, I want to share this little thought with our audience, Robert, just to feel what Africa is like and what South Africa is like. While everybody is waiting for the speeches of the leaders, I hear in the background some very easing jazz music is being played. Now, that's very rare for any media center. So I'm really feeling, I'm really feeling the pulse and the rhythm of Africa. And some joke about the so-called Africa time. I think I'm feel comfortable within that right now,
Well, absolutely. Well, that's the other thing about South Africa. It's got a beautiful culture. It's deep in so many facets, and you can see it all around, not just here, but outside the convention center as well.
And the smiles on people's face every time when I enter the door. Oh my God, that's really got me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you everyone working so hard today in order to make a lot of things happen on the very first day of a big event. And now I'm Tian Wei on behalf of all the team here in Johannesburg, heading back to Beijing. Mama.
Thank you so much, Tian Wei and Robert Nagila. And it looks like you guys are still enjoying your time there with the relaxation of some jazz. Now, let's hear some final remarks from my guest here in the studio, Mr. Tang. So for a lot of observers, they would believe that the BRICS grouping offers an alternative to the global governance order and also financial institutions, financial system, offered previously dominated by the West. What would you say about this approach to having some more alternatives and options for developing nations?
Yeah, we are facing some difficulties in global governance. For example, some major powers would like to take a unilateral approach to some specific issues for the sake of these countries. I think this is actually a very crucial moment for the international community to think about, can we go ahead or can we maintain the momentum in global governance, for example, dealing with the climate change, in dealing with the terrorists, and also the COVID-19 and some other public or common disease. This is a very crucial moment. I'm sure the countries in BRICS can do something in this regard, especially some other major powers would like to stop and for the specific interests of these countries. So I think at this moment the BRIC countries can go ahead, can play a leading role, for example, a lot of initiatives proposed by our president and also by some other leaders from South Africa, from Brazil. They can give some alternatives to have a more and more efficient, governance at this moment.
And 15 years since its establishment, the BRICS has grown in size and representation as well as sophistication. Now, what would be needed for the grouping to have some new impetus going forward?
Number one is a compromise among the member states. For example, India might have some specific interest and China, of course, have its interest in various aspects, but I think the number one job, we should have a consensus. We are facing the common challenges. No individual country can deal with the challenges like COVID-19 or climate change. We should cooperate. We should find a foundation. That's number one job. So if we can have such a foundation, we can go ahead. So I think the BRIC countries have no strong political obstacles in cooperation, so they can go on a smooth way, and they can go ahead in the direction just following the development of our world, of our history.
Thank you so much for sharing with us your expertise on this special program, Mr. Ting Jianqun. We appreciate you, our company, throughout the hours. All right, on that note, we come to the end of our special program on the BRICS Summit taking place in Johannesburg. And earlier, we also covered the Chinese President Xi Jinping's state visit to South Africa. I'm Wang Mengmang. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for other special coverage on CGTN.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Hello and welcome to Africa Live. As always, great to have you with us. I'm Richard Nta, live in Nairobi, and for those of you joining us from across the continent and around the globe, we thank you for joining us. Once again, a very warm welcome. Let's begin with our top story. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has held a welcome ceremony in Pretoria Tuesday for Chinese President Xi Jinping. The Chinese leader has arrived in the country ahead of the BRICS summit. Zhao Yunfei reports.
I'm in South Africa's administrative capital, Pretoria. Behind me are the Union buildings where President Ramaphosa has held a welcome ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping. The red carpet rolled out for the high-level reception of the Chinese leader. President Xi's state visit at the invitation of President Ramaphosa promises to mark a new chapter in the comprehensive strategic partnership between the two countries. The Chinese and South African presidents are celebrating 25 years of diplomatic relations between the two countries. South Africa also holds the distinction of being the first African country to sign on to China's Belt and Road Initiative. The two countries firmly support each other on their respective core interests and closely coordinate on major international and regional issues. President Xi was honored with the Order of South Africa medal after the meeting. The leaders of the two countries also oversaw the signing of several agreements on cooperation. The meeting has been held prior to the upcoming BRICS summit in Johannesburg, which will be the first in-person summit for the organization in more than 3 years. President Xi says he hopes the trip will chart a new chapter of ties between the two countries. Zhao Yunfei, CGTN, Pretoria, South Africa.
At the BRICS summit, several issues are expected to dominate the agenda, including the bloc's expansion, de-dollarization of trade, and a move towards a multipolar world. CGTN's Julie Shire reports.
It's been months of preparations, engagements, and talks. Now the summit is finally here. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa will be hosting around 30 world leaders at the 15th gathering of BRICS heads of state in Johannesburg.
We've invited quite a number of countries, quite a number of African countries will be represented at the highest levels. Also from, the rest of the world. There are some guests that are coming from Asia, Southeast Asia, and a few other regions.
The world will be watching closely as leaders of the emerging market group debate issues of global security, trade, and international cooperation. Decisions are expected to be taken on decoupling global trade from the dollar and expansion as countries queue to join the bloc.
BRICS has made possible a dynamic for the collective rise of new major countries, which has received high recognition and trust from among the developing countries. China has been actively promoting BRICS expansion and strengthening BRICS partnership with other countries.
Ramaphosa will also welcome his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping on an official state visit ahead of the summit.
President Xi Jinping and President Ramaphosa will have wide-ranging and in-depth exchanges of view on China-South Africa relations, China-Africa relations, BRICS cooperation, and the international and the regional issues of common concern.
We have to make sure that we all speak decisively around how we grow the global economy, that we all speak decisively around how that growth is inclusive of all the marginalized people and the poorest of the poor that are always left behind in these sorts of conversations and then the processes that we put in place.
This year's gathering is being billed as the most significant BRICS summit since the inclusion of South Africa 13 years ago. It could reshape the BRICS grouping and change the course of history as countries seek an alternative to the global north. Julie Shara, CGTN, Johannesburg, South Africa.
To understand the origins of BRICS, Ramanyang takes a look back at how and when the acronym was formulated.
To trace the origins of the BRICS acronym back then, South Africa wasn't a part of it, you've got to go back to November 2001, specifically to this paper. And here's what the author wrote. Over the next 10 years, the weight of the BRICS and especially China in world GDP will grow. In line with those prospects, world policymaking forums should be reorganized, and in particular, the G7 should be adjusted to incorporate BRIC representatives. End of quote. I don't think when Jim O'Neill, back then he was a managing director in Goldman Sachs Investment Management Unit, I don't think when he wrote this 21-page paper that he had any idea just how exponential that growth was going to be. You see, by the end of the year 2000, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, they made up just 8% of the entire planet's GDP. fast forward to 2021, and those 4 economies, plus South Africa, which joined the group in 2011, they accounted for 26% of global economic output. China alone accounted for over 70% of BRICS GDP in 2021. So the acronym may have taken shape in 2001, but it was only 8 years later the 4 countries sat down and asked themselves that very simple question. What exactly are we? Well, they decided to make things official at the first BRICS summit in Russia on the 16th of June in 2009. So now you have this group. What do you do with it? Remember that 20-page paper? Let's get back to it. At the time, Jim O'Neill argued that the current G7 needs to be upgraded and room made for the BRICS to allow for more effective global policy making. And of the 5 countries that make up that bloc today, only Russia had a seat at the G7 between 1998 and 2014. So that seat at the table, at least for the collective, never really materialized. Not that it stopped the bloc from making its views on specific global issues well known. In 2009, the bloc argued that emerging and developing economies must have greater representation in international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, something that, rather ironically, we're still arguing about in 2023. Now, while there has been very little progress on that front, the bloc did set up the new Development Bank in 2014. By end 2022, that institution had lent over $30 billion to cover the cost of developing just about everything from metro lines in China to water projects in India. Now, one of 2023's meta-narratives, the meta-stories, if you will, is tied to the sheer strength of and our continuing reliance on the US dollar. And even the BRICS are not immune to that. By end 2022, just over 60% of the NDB's portfolio was denominated in that currency. In the 2001 paper, Jim pointed out that a strong dollar then could be a big challenge for emerging economies. And given today's concerns around debt service and inflation problems, the argument still stands. Right now, there are no immediate plans to roll out a separate BRICS currency as a hedge against dollar strength. The development of anything alternative, in fact, is more of a medium to long-term ambition, according to the CFO of the new development bank. Nonetheless, bloc members are working on trading a lot more in their own currencies, more rupees and rubles, a lot less of the greenback. As the BRICS get into their teen years, with over 24 countries now interested in joining the bloc, what should we make of this group that's home to 4 out of every 10 humans on the planet? And more importantly, where does it collectively see its place in a complicated world? The answers to that question will emerge from the Head of State Summit in Johannesburg.
Well, as the 2023 BRICS Summit approaches, CGTN takes a closer look at this bloc of developing countries. Let's look at what the BRICS mechanism is.
BRICS stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. The group comprises the world's major emerging economies, which also wield significant power in regional affairs. Initially, the group had only 4 members: Brazil, Russia, India, and China. In 2011, China took the rotating chair, and South Africa officially joined the bloc. Since its founding, the BRICS mechanism has aimed to reform global governance to reflect the voice of developing countries. In 2014, the BRICS nations launched the new Development Bank, aiming to provide resources for infrastructure and sustainable development projects in developing economies and emerging markets. They created a liquidity mechanism called the Contingent Reserve Arrangement to support members struggling in times of economic crisis. With a combined population of more than 3.2 billion people, BRICS nations make up over 40% of the world population and account for 31.5% of global GDP based on purchasing power parity. However, BRICS is not a bloc exclusive to just a few countries.
BRICS stand for working with all of our partners in the North and the South in working towards creating a more equitable, inclusive, just, fair, and multipolar global order.
When taking the chair again in 2017, China raised the idea of expanding the bloc to a BRICS Plus framework. The goal was to promote cooperation between the BRICS members and other important emerging markets and developing economies. More than a dozen countries have expressed interest in joining the bloc.
Saudi Arabia is one, United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Algeria, Argentina. So it's a growing list, Mexico, Nigeria. So there's huge interest worldwide.
Expansion will be high on the agenda at the summit in South Africa this month. As the world's largest emerging economic bloc, BRICS is expected to provide developing countries with a platform to advocate for their interests and coordinate action in various areas.
The BRICS summit comes against the backdrop of the Russia-Ukraine conflict and mounting geopolitical tensions. Ida Waringa breaks down the agenda of this year's Leaders Summit in Johannesburg.
BRICS has emerged as a powerful bloc of emerging economies in the last decade. The agenda of the 15th BRICS Summit in Johannesburg will address important issues affecting developing markets and the global south. At the top of the list will be a proposed membership expansion. BRICS is a 5-country bloc standing for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, with a combined population of over 3 billion people. BRICS' popularity has surged in the last few years, and the organization says that more than 40 countries have expressed interest in joining the group. In July 2023, Russian state media announced that Iran and Argentina filed their official applications to join BRICS. The two countries are crucial energy and food security providers. Iran holds the world's second largest gas reserves after Russia, as well as substantial gold reserves, while Argentina is a major soy, wheat, and corn exporter. Also high on the agenda will be the global economy. One of BRICS' long-term objectives is to break Western hegemony of international markets. In 2023, BRICS dwarfed the G7's global GDP contribution, which accounts for over 1/3 of worldwide economic activity. BRICS nations now provide over 32% of global GDP, while the G7, which includes the US, Germany, and Japan, contributes less than 30%. With the summit taking place in Africa, the continent's fuel, food, and financial crisis will be tabled. It's expected that de-dollarization momentum will continue, with Russia, China, and Brazil increasingly using non-US currencies in international trade. Talks on the Russia-Ukraine conflict are expected to take place during the Johannesburg summit. With the conflict well into its second year, many will be keen to see just how discussions around security issues will be navigated, especially as majority of African nations have shied away from declaring a position on the crisis. While these three topics are high on the agenda, further discussions are expected around climate change in a year with some of the most haphazard extreme weather conditions ever recorded. The outcome from the Johannesburg summit will play a pivotal role in mapping the bloc's trajectory and could even shape a new global economic order.
Leaders of the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, converged in Johannesburg on Tuesday for a summit to weigh expanding the bloc. Beyond the enlargement question, boosting the use of member states' local currency is also on the summit agenda. My colleague Beatrice Marshall is in Johannesburg at the Sandton Convention Center, where she's following the proceedings for us. Beatrice, we hear the BRICS leaders are holding a mini retreat and dinner this evening, where they are likely to discuss a framework and criteria for admitting new countries. What do you have for us, Beatrice?
Well, Richard, that's right. The summit has started officially. Leaders of the BRICS members have made their opening remarks, where Russian President Vladimir Putin participated virtually. Well, my colleague Robert Nagila has been following that development. He's been following that very closely. He's joining us now. Robert, we have heard from the leaders at the summit. What have been the immediate reactions?
Well, Beatrice, for months we had known that two particular items would be on the agenda that have generated a lot of discussion across the world. That is the expansion of the BRICS membership and decoupling BRICS member states from the dollar, that is, using the dollar when they are trading. Now, there was a schedule that was put out by the BRICS team that would be discussed later on today, but of course you know that these things are subject to change. However, halfway through his speech at the BRICS Business Leaders Summit this evening, President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa announced that indeed, yes, the leaders would discuss the expansion of the BRICS membership at a retreat this evening. And also Russian President Vladimir Putin chipping in during his statement, saying that they would also discuss decoupling of the dollar, that is the use of local currencies when they are trading amongst BRIC member states. Now, the Russian president is not here himself, and that was a pre-recorded statement. However, I can tell you that at that retreat, he will join them via video link as they discuss these particular issues. So it has generated quite some excitement. It may be days yet before we get to know what has been decided on the expansion, because they have to discuss how, when, and what the criteria will be for these countries to join in. Because the other thing they'll be looking at as well is what these countries bring to the table, how these countries will then also benefit from the BRICS. But what it does do is, once these countries do come in, it immediately makes the BRICS bloc one of, if not the most powerful trading bloc globally, and that is quite something. Beatrice?
Well, Robert, you have mentioned two interesting issues that were mentioned by the leaders during the opening remarks. You know, one of the expansion of the BRICS member countries, and the other one of using national currencies as currencies of trade. What do we expect, though, over the coming days?
Well, these are two issues. Now, on the issue of expansion, I believe that they'll make some headway very, very quickly. We know that quite a few leaders from several countries have been invited for this particular summit, the 15th BRICS summit, and they are in attendance as well. So I believe that they will make progress on that one very, very quickly. Now, on the question of currency, that may not be sorted out by the end of this summit. That may take some more time. We expect some input from the new development bank, the BRICS Bank. We expect some input from business leaders who are in this BRICS member states as well. But the final decision, of course, will be taken by the leaders. Now, on the expansion, we know that between 23 countries have applied, and there are other countries also interested in joining, but are yet to make that application. So we expect that to dominate the headlines in the coming days, particularly whatever comes out from tonight's retreat. This may be an indication of what direction this summit will take over the coming few days. Beatrice?
All right, Robert Nagila has been following the developments for us here throughout the day. Thank you. Well, China's President Xi Jinping's state visit in South Africa started off in Pretoria earlier today. Xiao Yunfei covered the visit.
I'm in South Africa's administrative capital, Pretoria. Behind me are the Union buildings, where President Ramaphosa has held a welcome ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping. The red carpet rolled out for the high-level reception of the Chinese leader. President Xi's state visit at the invitation of President Ramaphosa promises to mark a new chapter in the comprehensive strategic partnership between the two countries. The Chinese and South African presidents are celebrating 25 years of diplomatic relations between the two countries. South Africa also holds the distinction of being the first African country to sign on to China's Belt and Road Initiative. The two countries firmly support each other on their respective core interests and closely coordinate on major international and regional issues. President Xi was honored with the Order of South Africa medal after the meeting. The leaders of the two countries also oversaw the signing of several agreements on cooperation. The meeting has been held prior to the upcoming BRICS summit in Johannesburg, which will be the first in-person summit for the organization in more than 3 years. President Xi says he hopes the trip would chart a new chapter of ties between the two countries. Zhao Yunfei, CGTN, Pretoria, South Africa.
Well, various panel discussions involving the BRICS Business Council members have been held here at the Sandton Convention Center. Earlier on, Penina Karibe spoke to the chair of the South Africa Business Council, Busisiwe Mabuza, on the trade outlook between BRICS partners.
So what we've seen is that the trade amongst the BRICS nations has increased over the past 10 years at a compound growth rate of 7% per annum. South Africa would, of course, like to see the composition of the trade basket change, because at the moment, for us, it's commodity heavy, and therefore it shows up in the trade balances against us. We would like to see more value-added goods being traded with our partner countries.
One of the biggest talking points, at least this year we know, is the expansion of BRICS. Now, is there a framework in place to accommodate, because we know there's at least 40 countries that have expressed interest to be members of the BRICS. Is there a framework in place to accommodate this expansion? And if yes, how does it look like?
So not one that has been shared with business. Instead, government asked us to give them input on what variables we would consider important if they were to consider new partners. We as South Africa would probably support the nations that are looking to join if, of course, there is a fit and if it talks to the framework that the governments have agreed to.
Let's talk about another huge talking point this year, and that's of course to do with the new development bank funding and lending in local currency. When you look at this bank, which was created in 2015, how do you rate it now?
And it seems to me that they have been able to implement a fairly well diversified portfolio of investments, diversified geographically, diversified sectorally, even though, of course, their mandate is very sharply an infrastructure mandate. And now they are driving towards diversifying in terms of the counterparty exposure. Up to very recently, the new development bank restricted itself to sovereign-backed exposure only. Only now have they started taking on private sector clients, and their very ambitious targets is that within a very short space of time, 30% of their portfolio should be private sector facing.
Well, let's now discuss further on the proposals to expand the BRICS bloc, which is key on the leaders' agenda. Ivory Cairo, a political analyst, a policy analyst, Development Reimagined, is joining us now here in South Africa. Ivory, one key agenda on the table here is the expansion of the bloc, which more than 40 nations are requesting to join. Do you think all the core members are in support of this? What is your take on that expansion of the BRICS members bloc?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, and I wouldn't say, I will say that most of them must be in agreement. Let's also remember that these BRIC countries are the same countries that are members of the G20, and they also have a request in front of their table for the AU to join the G20 as a permanent member. And drawing from President Lula's statement where he says they want BRICS to be a multilateral organization, I think there's a lot to draw from that statement. There's a lot we can say from that statement, there's a lot we can pick from that statement, and it's clear that definitely expanding the membership of BRICS to more than the 5 countries is definitely something they're thinking about, and there's something that is on the table and they're probably willing to accept.
All right, Ivory Cairo joining us there in South Africa. Thank you. Well, South Africa is urging fellow BRICS countries to boost tourism numbers. The industry made a strong recovery in the first 6 months of 2023 after suffering a huge blow during COVID-19. It is hoping to use the BRICS summit to attract a greater number of visitors from Brazil, Russia, India and China as it works towards 20 million arrivals. Here's CGTN's Julie Shire.
The theme of this year's summit, BRICS and Africa, comes as the continent seeks to firm up diplomatic relations with the BRICS nations. South Africa, the host of this year's summit, is expected to present BRICS leaders with a proposal to expand its membership. At least 40 countries have so far expressed interest in joining the bloc of nations. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has reaffirmed his country's long-standing policy on non-alignment. According to South Africa's Trade Minister Ibrahim Patel, leaders meeting here will discuss new ways of global governance. Patel urged the BRICS Council of Ministers to push for innovation and adapt to the new world order as opposed to business as usual. He urged the delegates to embrace the power of the private sector as a driver to economic growth on the continent. Delegates here are also making the argument for a new global trading architecture based on fairness. Brazilian Minister of Finance, Fernando Haddad, called on the delegates to strive for a better world that meets the needs of all people.
We have necessary minerals for that transition fast through the methods that we establish. I sincerely believe that Africa and South America could be a platform for diversification and global world activities.
The BRICS leaders will address the summit this evening. Decision on the key issues discussed here is expected at the close of the summit. Daniel Arap Moy, CGTN, Sandton Convention Center, Johannesburg, South Africa.
Well, that is where we wrap up the coverage of the BRICS for now. The summit is still underway here in South Africa. Our in-depth coverage continues in subsequent broadcasts. Richard, back to you.
Yes, indeed, Beatrice. Thank you for the in-depth details on the BRICS summit. Well, the news continues on Africa Live. We will see you on the other side of the break with a lot more. Here's what's coming up. West Africa's ECOWAS rejects Niger's junta's proposed 3-year delay for elections. And the ruling party and the opposition hold last push rallies for Zimbabwe's vote.
Leaders of 5 major developing economies gather for a meeting that could change the course of BRICS history.
More countries are lining up to join the bloc as it shares its benefits with the African continent and the global south.
Will this be a game changer for global governance or a benchmark for building a community with a shared future?
Join CGTN in Johannesburg for special coverage, Building on BRICS.
Welcome back to Africa Live. Thanks for staying with us. In our 3rd episode of Classic Quotes by Xi Jinping, Season 2, CGTN's Liu Xin explores why China has always placed enriching its people as a top priority and why Chinese modernization should lead to common prosperity for all.
The key to running a country is to first enrich the people. This is classic Chinese wisdom. Chinese President Xi Jinping quoted this while delivering a speech on poverty alleviation, and he stressed during the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China that Chinese modernization should lead to common prosperity for all. Why has China always placed enriching the people as a top priority? First, let's hear what prosperity means to Chinese farmers.
什么是富裕？
想花就花呗，想买就买呗，这就叫富裕呗。
还缺啥不缺啥了，就缺钱了呗。
These are the beekeepers from Miring, a northeast suburb of Beijing and its largest honey-producing base. Miring has a history of over 300 years of beekeeping, but now a new way of raising bees is being introduced to bring the industry to a whole new level. Professor Gobani, hello.
Hello.
You know, one young man is trying to introduce or is taking the lead to make it even better and sell more.
Oh, really? Wow.
Shall we find out his story?
Yes, yes, please.
Let's go.
Let's go.
刘金良，
你好，你好，
你好，
欢迎欢迎两位老师，
谢谢。
你好，欢迎欢迎欢迎。
This is Liu Jingliang, China's first beekeeper to successfully practice multi-box beekeeping. What is this technique and how does it improve a bee farmer's income?
慢点啊，咱们这个临时搭的这个蜂场大概有200多箱。现在咱们多箱体是1个巢箱，这1个寄箱，2个寄箱，这就3层，这是最少的。咱们原来传统的方式只有2层，看看这箱蜂怎么样，具体上蜜到啥样还不知道。啊，你看像这样封盖的，这个呢就是成熟蜂蜜了。
这些蜜能吃吗？
可以可以，咱们的蜂蜜天然纯鲜。对，待会儿也可以尝。对，
好甜呐！马老师忘了戴着帽子。
对，传统养蜂的这个时候，就现在这个蜜早就已经摇掉了，但是我们现在就要等它全部封盖再摇，这就是区别。
那这个可以比以前的那个养蜂法多卖多少钱？
价格可以提升1倍。从蜂箱里取出来，这就叫蜂蜜。我就想通过我的实践，能让其他的蜂农看到我们可以生产成熟蜜，从而呢提高我们的收入。
Multi-box beekeeping is the main technique that Miring has promoted since 2016, when Liu Jingliang first heard about it and started to practice it. It took him 5 years to fully implement it, and it became the key for his family to increase its income. Nonetheless, this technique has been questioned by local beekeepers.
刘金良，他推广那个技术，有的人能接受，有的人我接受不了，大多都接受不了。
因为很多蜂农对这个方法都是抱有迟疑的态度。
我认为这个东西是违背它的自然科学了。后来我也从今年试着做，又发现了很多新东西。
小刘已经干了好几年了，为什么你今年才开始啊？
我就看到这一年他受益了。
啊，您就一直不信他这东西能成？
对，我不相信的。
要变的是这儿。
哎，对。
Over 7 years, about 30% of bee farmers have adopted multi-box beekeeping in Miring. Now, such a technique has also been promoted in China.
通过我一个人可以带动身边的一些人，又可以通过他们再带动他们身边的一些人，这样的话，让大家才能实现共同富裕。
政府是为了让我们这个农民能够富起来，实际上政府都在做了大量的工作。以前我们去个蜂农培训，让刘金良现场到村里面做给大家看，然后成功了以后，后来才有很多的人跟着我们学。我们的民富了，我们的国家才能富。所以说，这是我们追求的一直以来努力的目标。
President Xi quoted a classical Chinese saying, 治国之道，富民为始. It comes from a book over 2,000 years ago, a record of the grand historian. How do you understand that?
Any government that doesn't think about their people, then they're not going to be able to run the country as well.
But in the story of Liu Jingliang, how do you see the approach of achieving common prosperity?
So this goes back to what we in management we call expanding the pie. If he tries to make everybody else grow with him, price of honey from his region is going to become higher and higher. So that pie is going to expand, and that's the common prosperity, the meaning of common prosperity.
治国之道，富民为始。我们要实现好、维护好、发展好最广大人民根本利益，扎实推进共同富裕。
La prioridad de un gobierno debe de ser buscar la prosperidad de su gente.
بالتأكيد الصين هي رائدة في هذا المجال لأنها استطاعت أن تحول الكتلة السكانية الضخمة من عبء إلى مورد اقتصادي.
У китайцев же есть хорошая поговорка, что лучше дать человеку удочку, чем рыбу. И поэтому здесь вот повышение благосостояния – это та удочка, которую государство может дать человеку, а дальше уже человек где-то при поддержке государства, где-то без его поддержки, он сможет этой удочкой рыбачить.
El socialismo con características chinas es un ejemplo para Occidente. Nos muestra cómo no es posible avanzar y hacer prosperar una nación si no se tiene en cuenta a cada uno de sus ciudadanos.
Well, the director of the political department of the University of Cape Town in South Africa says that China's exchanges with the world are beneficial to all countries because they do not attach any political conditions. Leonard Mbule stated that Chinese President Xi Jinping, in his signed article, places great importance on developing relations with South Africa. Mbule adds that China-South Africa relations have entered a golden age.
In 1998, bilateral trade stood at 1 billion rands, but then at present it's over 500 billion rands, and South Africa has emerged as China's largest bilateral trading partner on the African continent. China and South Africa undertake security and military exercises together. Within the global sphere of BRICS, I think that countries are going to try as much as possible, even if they're not admitted at present, to at least increase their interaction and engagement with BRICS members countries. We're also going to see the BRICS countries add value and importance to institutions such as the New Development Bank so that it can have more access, so these countries can have more access to capital and also promote trade ties with the desirous nations who want to join the BRICS bloc. When I look at what South Africa's potential engagement within the BRICS blocs can be, and particularly with respect to China. As you know, China has the BRI initiative, which is their foreign overseas economic diplomacy framework. And now you have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
Heading over to West Africa, the regional bloc ECOWAS has rejected a 3-year transition back to democracy proposed by Niger's coup leaders. General Abdurrahmane Tiani said he will hold off restoring civilian rule after army officers overthrew President Mohamed Bazoum last month. In a televised address on Saturday, Tiani accused ECOWAS of preparing to attack Niger by setting up an occupying force in collaboration with a foreign army. He did not mention which country the bloc was collaborating with. The announcement comes after ECOWAS delegates visited Niger for a final diplomatic push to reinstate the ousted President Bazoum. The delegation held talks with Tiani and met Bazoum at the presidential palace, where he is under house arrest. While the bloc has activated a standby force, it is still pursuing diplomacy and has not given any dates or details about a military intervention. Meanwhile, Burkina Faso has sent around 300 trucks of food aid to Niger, and that's after the West African bloc ECOWAS imposed sanctions on Niger following last month's coup. Neighboring countries, including Benin and Nigeria, have closed off their borders, disrupting supplies. But Burkina Faso, which is suspended from ECOWAS following a coup there last year, has been quick to show its support for the new regime in Niger. CGTN's Wilkester Nyabwa reports.
This truck is one among hundreds of trucks that are delivering food aid to Niamey, Niger. The drivers of the trucks have covered close to 400 kilometers from Kaya in Burkina Faso to Niamey in Niger.
Thank God Allah brought us home in good health. We left Abidjan, returned to Burkina and Kaya, and the convoy took us to Dori. From Dori, the Niger soldiers took over to Terra, and from Terra to Niamey. Alhamdulillah, we had no problems. We are very grateful to the soldiers who escorted us. The convoy went very smoothly.
The delivery comes as the price of basic foods has skyrocketed in Niger due to sweeping sanctions and border closures imposed by West African countries.
They come from Burkina Faso and carry mostly foodstuffs, household goods and miscellaneous products like salt. You have corn. You have a certain number of basic necessities on these trucks.
At the same time, the United Nations is spending more than 20 times as much money on fuel for generators to keep some 28 million vaccines in Niger from spoiling due to incessant power cuts. The United Nations Children's Fund says it's already spent $200,000 to power generators in the first 3 weeks of this month, compared to approximately $10,000 in July.
If power cuts continues, that means that we will run out of gasoline and that these cold chambers will no longer get electricity. And all those vaccines which are worth billions of francs might get lost. That is our main problem.
The power cuts are another consequence of the sanctions. Niger relies on neighboring Nigeria for up to 90% of its power, but after the July coup, Nigeria cut off part of its electricity supply. And as Niger's new military leaders navigate the country's political crisis, the sanctions continue to take a toll on ordinary citizens. Wilkesanyabwa, CGTN.
Campaigning has officially ended in Zimbabwe ahead of elections on Wednesday. Zimbabwe's two main political parties, the ruling ZANU-PF party and the opposition Citizens Coalition for Change, held their final rallies on Saturday and Monday respectively, both promising to improve the economy, create jobs, and attract investment. CGTN's Fry Mwakatoya looks at the two leading contenders for the presidency.
11 candidates are vying for Zimbabwe's top job. Among them, a law professor, a clergyman, a chartered accountant, and only one woman. However, this will be a two-horse race between 80-year-old incumbent Emmerson Mnangagwa and 45-year-old Nelson Chamisa. Mnangagwa has been in government since 1980 under former President Robert Mugabe, whom he replaced in 2017. He's been campaigning on an expansive infrastructure drive which has had a significant impact.
We are now food secure. We are in our third year of food security, and we are confident that in spite of climate change, we have built dams, we are promoting irrigation throughout the country to make sure we have enough irrigation in the country to irrigate our land, to give us enough food each year.
He's also claiming success for the growth of the mining sector. However, his main rival says the economic improvement isn't inclusive, something he'll fix if elected.
We are going to have a president for everyone. We are going to have a government for everyone. We are going to have an economy for everyone. We are going to make a Zimbabwe to be a Zimbabwe for everyone.
Chamisa became a member of parliament in 2000 and was a minister under a coalition government between 2009 and 2013. He's making a second bid for the presidency after narrowly losing out in 2018.
What we are seeing, I think, is not only ideological differences in terms of the approaches of the opposition and the ruling party, but we are also seeing a generational difference in terms of a veteran politician in Emmerson Mnangagwa having to contend with a youthful leader in Nelson Chamisa.
Mnangagwa won the election with a 50.6% majority 5 years ago. This year's election is expected to be equally close.
To win, a candidate must secure 50% plus one of the ballots cast. If there's no outright winner on August 23rd, a runoff is scheduled for October 2nd. Farai Mwakatoya, CGTN, Harare, Zimbabwe.
Saudi Arabian border guards have been accused of killing hundreds of Ethiopian migrants attempting to enter the country along its mountainous border with Yemen. Human Rights Watch on Monday released a report detailing the alleged migrant killings. A Saudi government source has denied the claims. CGTN's Joy Krukijuma has the details.
It is the dream of every migrant to get to their desired destination safe. Mustafa Sofian Mohammed is one such man who attempted the treacherous migration to Saudi Arabia.
2 years ago, I went to Saudi via Djibouti, thinking I would find a job to change my family's and my life. I came back to my family empty-handed, with only one leg.
We were 45 in number and only 3 survived. Of that, I am sure. I called them all and managed to speak to 3 of them. The rest are unreachable. The rest, only God knows what happened to them. My fellow Ethiopians planning to go to Saudi, please look at me. There is a rain of bullets waiting for you. Look at me and learn.
A 73-page report released by Human Rights Watch details the testimonies of 38 Ethiopian migrants who tried to cross the Yemen-Saudi border between March 2022 and June 2023.
So this report, they fired on us like rain, documents mass killings at the Saudi-Yemen border. We have run an intensive and massive investigation into the fact that Saudi border guards are firing explosive weapons and shooting at close range Ethiopian migrants and asylum seekers trying to cross from Yemen into Saudi Arabia.
The victims, according to the report, include women and children.
So look, at Human Rights Watch, we've been documenting killings at the border by Saudi border guards of migrants and asylum seekers since 2014. But these were generally irregular. What we've seen is a dramatic escalation in the last few years. And we're talking about numerous incidents. I mean, from the interviewees that I spoke to, we documented 28 explosive weapons incidents.
According to UN studies, there are an estimated 750,000 Ethiopians in Saudi Arabia. Many have fled economic hardship in Ethiopia. A Saudi official who did not provide their name said in an emailed response that the HRW allegations are unfounded and not based on reliable sources. The Ethiopian government and Houthi officials in Yemen did not respond to requests for comment. Joy Kiruki Juma, CGTN.
Senegalese authorities have rescued 37 migrants off the coast of Cape Verde. Their boat had been stranded in the Atlantic Ocean for weeks without fuel. The survivors, mainly from the fishing village of Fas Boye, were among 101 passengers who left Senegal via boat on July the 10th. They were rescued after a Spanish fishing vessel found them last week.
I would like to pay tribute to the memory of those who were lost at sea during the holiday. As you know, at the time of the rescue operation, 7 bodies were found. After making a number of on-the-spot observations and in consultation with the families, it was decided that these remains should be buried on site.
Libyan authorities have repatriated 161 Nigerians as part of a UN-backed voluntary return scheme. Out of that number, 102 migrants had been intercepted at the Libya-Tunisia border amid an increase in irregular migration to North Africa. Wanja Mungai with the details.
The group, including 75 women and 6 children, received food and drink at Tripoli's Mitiga airport before boarding the flight back to Nigeria. Interior Minister Imed Trabelsi met the migrants before their departure.
The European Union meets daily. There is an international community and many conferences, yet there is no support for Libya. This is unacceptable. We cannot bear the burden of clandestine migration alone.
Earlier this month, Libya and Tunisia agreed to share the provision of shelter for hundreds of irregular migrants stranded at their border. Libyan border guards since last month have been rescuing dozens of migrants reportedly expelled from Tunisia. Tunisians have denied claims by rights groups that it abandoned some 2,000 sub-Saharan African migrants in a remote border region. Now many migrants have decided to return home.
At the embassy, we talk to them. We tell Nigerians here that migration is not bad. It's allowed internationally, but you have to follow due process. You don't just take off to another man's country without due process.
In June, a group of 165 Nigerians was repatriated under the same scheme. Libya serves as a departure point for migrants and asylum seekers seeking a better life in Europe through dangerous sea crossings. Wanja Mungai, CGTN.
And we're not done just yet. We've got your sports news coming up after the break. Let's take a peek at the headlines. In sports, World Championship champion Spain defeated following their successful conquest at the FIFA Women's World Cup.
would you create your legend? On the fields, on the tracks, in the arenas of Africa. Were you born to be a player? Could this moment be yours? Sports Scene. Find your game.
Well, welcome into Sport on Africa Live with me, Richard Tal. Let's talk a bit of football. Spain's acting Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez on Tuesday received the newly crowned world champions at Moncloa Palace in Madrid, Spain. And they defeated England 1-0, capping off a tournament that has broken attendance and TV records and raised hopes of a surge in interest for the women's game. Sanchez said the whole of the country was proud of the team and that the women's sport and soccer in Spain have a bright future ahead. In Spain, 5.6 million watched the finals, and it peaked at 7.4 million viewers, with data published by Barlovento Comunicación saying that 56.2% of the Spanish television audience was male. Co-hosted by Australia and New Zealand, the 9th edition of the Global Showpiece event was the first to be held in the Southern Hemisphere.
Mr. Prime Minister, we come here to show you the World Cup trophy. A cup with lots of effort and sacrifice. It has been the dream of all of us since we were little. I would like to thank you, as we know this government bets on women and on sports. For us, it's an honor and pride, and also would like to thank the Federation for all their effort during this World Cup and throughout these years for betting on women's football. I don't want to enlarge it anymore. We dedicate to all Spaniards this trophy, and we are World Cup champions.
I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of all Spaniards for what you have done, how you have done it, and how you have made us enjoy ourselves. I think we feel pride in what has been achieved, the admiration for how you have played to achieve the World Cup, and above all, the external gratitude of the whole Spanish society that has enjoyed and vibrated with each one of the games that you have played, and above all, with the heart that you have poured into playing against great teams.